good food and I like creative art stuff.
Period. All right. Okay. Mariam Yusuf. Mariam Yusuf. Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My name is Yusuf Mariam, and my hobbies are reading educational books and reading the Holy Quran.
Nice. So Abdullah Otufowura.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdullah. My hobbies are playing football, playing video games, and reading.
Nice, nice. All right, okay. So, if you know you've not introduced yourself, you have the floor. You can quickly do that because I know I called some people and they missed it, So you can quickly do that, please. Um, did anybody else introduce yourself? Okay. I think it's time for the first session. So, welcome once again. So Alima, over to you.
Okay, so we'll start with the first presentation now. The topic is
Halima, you have to grant me access to share my screen because it's saying host has disabled.
yes, I sent a message. Let me try and call her because I don't think she can hear.
I'm with you. I can hear you.
No, not you. Nadia. I don't think she's
I'm here.
okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Okay, yes, please can you grant access so that she can share her screen?
Okay, I'll just make you co-host then. Can you confirm you can do it now?
All right, let me try. Yes, I can. So yeah.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Zainab, salam alaikum. How are you?
Walaikum salam. I'm fine, alhamdulillah.
Okay, can we all see her screen? Please react if you can see her screen. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, so before she starts her presentation, I'll read her profile. So the first session is going to be by Hamida Damale. You've met her already. So Hamida Damale is a marketing executive with Adova PLC, serving in the brands and corporate communications department. She holds a degree in urban and regional planning from the University of Lagos and is a certified project manager. Beyond her corporate role, Hamida is deeply passionate about youth development and community service. She actively volunteers in initiatives that empowers the younger generation, reflecting her belief that meaningful change begins with inspiring and nurturing the youth. A devoted Muslim, Hamida finds joy in reading, adventure, and giving back to society. Her journey combines professional excellence with a strong commitment to faith and community, making her a relatable voice for young people aspiring to balance purpose, career, and spirituality. You're welcome. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, so my topic is the journey to your true self. I want this to be an interactive session, even though it's just 15 minutes, but I really appreciate that when I ask questions, you respond. Um, Thank you very much. Sorry, just give me a minute. Okay. So the journey to your true self. You know, a lot of times we hear people say you have to find your true self. You have to find your purpose. You have to find um your why. You have to find out who you are. I understand the concept, but I think that they be wrong in the assumption that you're supposed to find your true self. I truly believe that you're supposed to create your true self. And that brings me to the next slide. What is your true self? Hmm? This is who you really are, and it encompasses your values, your dreams, what makes you unique, what makes you happy. We've all like been created and we all exist in this world without a manual. There's none of us that has a manual to what life is going to be like. We don't know what we're expected to do. We don't know what we're going to do next. Some of you already started businesses. Let me not be the first to break it to you, but that's not the only business you would do. You will do many before you find the one that is your perfect fit. Some of you have already had like three different best friends right now: the one you had in nursery, the one you had in primary, the one you had in secondary. Some of these friends you don't speak to anymore. But the one that you have currently is so dear to your heart and you think you spend the rest of your life as friends. What I'm trying to say is that life is constantly changing and we do not have any manual to it. So it's unfair to expect that there is a certain thing that you're supposed to find that will let you know that, oh, this is me. You will just be searching for as long as you live. So I think that the better way to approach it is to create your true self. Hmm? And let's do that. So how do you create your true self? We'll get there. Like I said earlier, your true self encompasses what makes you happy, your values, your dreams, what makes you unique. All these things put together is who you really are. What are the signs that currently you're not living as your true self? Um, you're always pretending to fit in. You find that when you walk into a room, you're thinking about the personality that you should give them today. You're thinking about the style that you want to do. You're thinking about the approach that you want to take. That's how you know that you're not living your true self. Please give me. That's how you know that you're. Give me a minute. Just hold on. Um. All right. Sorry about that. So, like I said, so sometimes you're pretending to fit in. You're feeling drained or you're feeling fake all the time. You're saying yes or you're saying no when you truly want to say yes or when you truly want to say no. So you're masking yourself. You're not really comfortable with what comes natural to you. Please, if what comes natural to you is wrong, don't be comfortable. Okay, so by that I mean, you know, sometimes you're upset and then somebody says something, and what comes natural to you is to slap the person. It happens to all of us, but don't slap the person, please. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that thing that you really want to do. Like when I was saying people should introduce themselves, some people heard me call their name, but they decided not to speak because they were too scared to. But really, what they would have loved to do was to speak. So that's a sign that you're not living as your true self. Now, the journey to your true self starts with self awareness. Yes, you have to ask yourself, what makes me happy? What are my strengths? What do I believe in? These are key things that you have to ask yourself. What makes me happy? What are my strengths? What do I believe in? When you ask yourself what makes you happy and you list all the things that makes you happy, now you can literally translate. I mean, if you're a person that what makes you happy is cooking, what makes you happy is for somebody told me their hobby is coding, and that's what makes them happy. So that means that automatically you know that if you build a career in tech, you're going to be happy about that. Sometimes we need to have this difficult conversation with ourselves. What are my strengths? Ask yourself, what are my strengths? Somebody said his hobbies are sports. Your strength is that you can run. Your strength is that you're very athletic. Your strength is that you're very strong. If you build your career in that line, if you told that line based on your strength and based on what makes you happy, don't you see how you're already creating your true self that you'll be 100% comfortable in? A lot of times, because you believe that, not you, I don't know, but my generation, we believe that we're supposed to find our purpose and find our true self. You find yourself not really figuring out your why before you even go into uni. You take whatever course they give you, you still don't know your why. You're hoping that something is going to come out one day and then really, really make sense to you and it's going to click and you're going to figure out what you're supposed to do with the rest of your life. But it doesn't really work like that. The journey starts with self awareness. Ask yourself these questions. List out what makes you happy. List out your strengths. List out what you actually believe in. Of course, you believe in Allah, but that's not what I'm saying. The things that you believe that some people believe in different things. Some people tell you that honestly, I believe in revenge. I believe in this. I believe in that. So I'm telling you, what are the things that you believe in? Do you believe that everybody deserves to be happy? What are those things that you believe in? Ask yourself those questions. Do you understand? Make those lists. When you make those lists, everybody knows ChatGPT, right? You can literally put your list in chat. This is my strength. This is what makes me happy. This is what I believe in. What are the career paths that you think you can suggest based on these things that will like be through to my true self? Because let me tell you something. You're teenagers right now, and you're in the level where education is what it matters the most. And I tell you something, 100%. Don't ever think that education doesn't matter. Please take it very, very seriously. Graduate with nothing less than a 2-1, because this is the part where you are building your foundation for the rest of the future. But your future and a lot of your happiness or fulfillment is actually going to be defined by what you do every day to make an income. And you will not be able to not do anything because that's how life is designed. If you do not work, you will not be able to. You can't even feed. There's no food for any lazy man. So your career at the end of the day has a very, very big, it's going to cover a very, very big part of your life. So you must be very, very careful about when you are creating your true self to create something that you know that if you spend the rest of your life doing these things, it's still going to bring you joy, it's still going to bring you happiness. Please, if you understand what I'm saying, you can drop some emojis. How do you discover yourself? Because, like I told you, it's something that you're going to create, it's something that you're going to build, it's not something that you're going to dream about and see a vision. Journaling can help you. So from time to time, journal. Journal about things that you do, how they impact you, things that you did to other people, how it made you feel. Quiet reflection or meditation. I find meditation very, very, very impactful. Sit down, ask yourself important questions, meditate. Ask yourself, when were you truly happy? What made you the most happy? Try new experiences, because if you don't try, how would you know? And if you try something and you feel like it's not for you, don't be afraid. Try something else. Talk to mentors. It's very important to talk to people that have done this before. People that are older than you, that have gone on this journey before, that have lived on this path before. Talk to mentors. No man is an island. You can definitely not know everything 100% by yourself. So talk to mentors, talk to people that know these things better than you do. Now, you have to embrace your uniqueness. Everybody is different, and everybody brings something unique to the table that the other person doesn't. You sincerely don't have to be like everyone else. Celebrate what makes you different. If everybody was alike, the world would be a boring place. That's why everybody is unique. Allah did not give you your strengths, your weaknesses mistakenly. It's to make you who you are. And you're different from the next person in the room. We can all be looking at the same thing but draw out different conclusions. You know why? Because we are unique in our own ways. And each person is going to bring their own unique interpretation to the table. Stand out. Don't ever be afraid to stand out. What you should be afraid of is to blend in, because blending in doesn't do you any favors. What's the point of being like every other person in the crowd? If Yulabasi was like every other person that loves to cook, and every other person that loves to cook, what do? They cook for themselves, they cook for their family, and they eat it. That's what other people that like to cook do, like me. But some people take it a step further. What do? They open a food blog. It could be on Instagram, it could be on YouTube. They start to document their food journey. Okay, um, but that's it. But she brought her uniqueness. She knew what made her happy cooking. She honed her skills, got certifications, built herself, created her true self. And then she brought her uniqueness to it. Why can't I go for Guinness World Record? People are doing so much. If you check Guinness World Records, there's so many crazy records that you don't even believe exist. Some people just got a record for making the world's largest Scotch egg. And I found it so funny. But literally, that's her bringing a uniqueness to the table. So embrace your uniqueness. Stand out. Don't blend in. You face staying true in a world, in a loud world, can be very difficult. Um, because there will be so many challenges that you face along the way. You face criticism. People that don't understand you would often criticize you. And again, people that are not at peace with themselves, people that are not truly happy, people that have not found peace often find it easy to criticize. They project. Sometimes people have tried. You say you want to become a tech guru. Some people have learned coding before and it didn't work. And now they're selling branded t-shirts online because they weren't open to the right opportunities. But when you now talk to that person about wanting to become a tech guru, do you think the person is going to tell you, oh, you've got this? No, they won't tell you that. They will most likely criticize you, most likely tell you 100 reasons why it won't work. Something I learned when I was growing up, because I'm a yapper, talking comes very easy for me. A lot of times when I have ideas, I speak to people about it. But it didn't take too long for me to realize that one thing that can kill you faster than anything is speaking to the wrong people about your dreams. What do you mean you're talking to somebody that has tried 7 businesses and failed at every single one of them about a business idea that you want to start? And you expect that the person is going to not criticize you, and then the person criticizes you and you take it to heart and then you dead the idea. The fear of failure is also another challenge. And that's even the crazy. Let me tell you something. What other people do to you. So other people are criticizing you. It's never as bad as what you do to yourself, the one that comes from within. When the criticism comes from within, when the fear is coming from within, oh my God, it's the most crippling thing ever. You will literally not take that step because you're so afraid. But you know what you're just doing to yourself? You are just extending the time and delaying the time that you were supposed to use to get to your destination. Because let me tell you, Allah is not going to give you an idea. He's not going to put it in your mind. He's not going to make you think about it if it was impossible. Mistakes is another challenge that you face. So you try it and then you make a mistake and then you just give up. Giving up is easy, oh, let's be honest. Because we give up on something, you stop trying. You just start watching K drama and you just live your life. But you know what giving up does? It steals from you your true self. You will no longer find it because you've given up. It takes away from your joy. Like I said, the journey through life is long and your career is going to have a major part of it. You need to find your true self and stay true even in a loud world so you can combine what truly makes you happy with what you do later in life. So don't let mistakes, don't let criticism, don't let the fear of failure hold you back from what will truly make you happy. How do you reduce the noise in this loud world? Limit negative social media. See, me, when I come across some social media post that I know is not going to do anything but dreaming, I scroll. I scroll because you're not going to put yourself under pressure. I'm sure some of you see I'm 13-year-old, built my parents their first house when I was 13, successfully won this, something, undue pressure. Scroll. Don't stress yourself. Limit negative social media use. Choose your friends wisely. Choose go getters. Choose people that want something and not afraid to go for it. Stop choosing friends where everything you're talking about is if I could just assuming they just give me 100 million today. Assuming I'm just walking on the road and I just see 2 billion. If that's your circle, you're in the worst place ever. Change your circle. Go away from the daydreamers to the people that are actually doing this. Let me tell you something. You see, sometimes we have this tap in our houses. I don't know if any of you or if your grandma's house, all those taps that never close fully. It's not open, but it's just dripping. There's no point fixing it because the amount it costs to fix it is more than the damage that the tap is doing because it's not really doing much damage. You put a bucket under it and it's dropping small, 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 small. Before you know it, what will happen? Hmm? The bucket will fill up. That's how even little action can make a major difference in your life. Go away from people that are not doing anything. If it's me that Davido gave, if it's me that did that Remas challenge and he gave $10,000, I will use that 10,000. What's your business? Is it you? Concentrate on yourself. Develop your own skills. Move away from, and if you are the person, because sometimes it's easy to say have good friends. Sometimes we are the bad friends, and that's okay. Because what you are today doesn't necessarily define what you'll be tomorrow. If you are that person that is a daydreamer, you don't know more than if I see 2 billion on the ground like this saying, stop it. Wake up. Life is not like that. The chances that you ever see 2 billion on the ground is zero. Take it from me. Nobody's going to drop their 2 billion on Tinubu's ground. So stop it. Start actioning. Start to do things that will make a major difference. Learn to prioritize every single day. Even if you're just at home waiting for admission, have a to-do list. Tell yourself, this is what I'm going to do today. Have something that you're learning at every particular point in your life and work actively towards it. Your true self is your superpower. Authenticity attracts the right people and opportunity. If your true self is hollow and without value, what kind of people do you think you attract? What kind of opportunities do you think you attract? Develop yourself, and the time to start to develop yourself is now. When you've developed yourself, when you've created your true self, when you found your superpower, you have inner peace, and you choose that inner peace over people pleasing. Always concentrate on yourself. Don't be that person that wants everybody to like them. What's your own with that one? The only person that you should be concerned about how that person thinks about you, and the person is not even a person, is Allah. It's only Allah that you should be concerned. How does Allah see me? That's the only relationship you should be actively trying to ensure that it's perfect. And your parents and your siblings. But even with your siblings, I'm not saying you should start to people please, start to be a yes man, start to do anything they want you to. No. Just make sure you do right by everyone. See, the world needs your own unique voice because that's your superpower. And the world needs more superheroes like you. Like I said earlier, don't just find yourself, create yourself. You did not lost. There's nothing that you are finding. You are a blank canvas, and you are the one that will paint what you want on it. And it's never, ever too late to decide to paint something else. You guys are very, very young. So you have all the time in the world. Don't ever feel like, oh, I'm already doing this thing. How can I switch? You can. Look at the man that started KFC. He started and made that a successful business in his 60s. See, KFC is still standing and still existing. If he had said, oh, it's too old for me and given up, do you think he would have been able to create his true self? Do you think he would have been able to get the fulfillment, the joy that he derived from the outcome? Knowing and staying true to who you really are is an important and integral part of becoming successful in life. I hope I've been able to get through to each one of you, and I hope you've been able to pick important things from this conversation. Thank you very much. I'm open to question and answers, so you can ask me questions if you like to.
Okay, thank you very much. Please let's appreciate her in the chat box. You can send your reactions. And if you have any questions for her, please drop it in the chat box. She'll be answering questions for the next 2 minutes. Any questions? Any questions? Okay. Does anyone have questions? Okay. Let me just give it time. Miriam, if you have a question, you can unmute yourself, please. Unmute. Please, let's make it fast.
Assalamu alaikum wabarakatuh. Jazakallah Karama for the lecture and the touching and inspiring advice. May Allah reward you abundantly.
Amen.
So
Thank
my
you.
question is, you said that we can couple more than one job or task at a time, but what if it becomes overwhelming for us that we cannot handle them together? what if it becomes overwhelming for us and we are not getting we are not getting what we need from those tasks and now becomes something that we are doing it poorly. So how do we handle it and how do we become efficient? How do we become efficient in doing those tasks?
All right, okay. I'll say that of course don't bite more than you can chew, but also don't limit yourself. Because sometimes we just feel like, oh, that's too much. How am I supposed to do it? You can, you can. You can also research other people that have been able to juggle similar things that you're juggling and how they've been able to do it successfully. So what I'm saying is, for instance, let's say you're in school, but you want to learn how to code, and you also want to go to madrasa. Seems like a lot. Let's even say you're in school and you're studying engineering. It's already a difficult course, and you're like, there's no way I can balance all this. A lot of people have balanced way more successfully. Let that be your inspiration, let that be your drive, the fact that it's actually possible to do this, and then give it your best foot. However, if you now find that you're woefully failing at something or you're struggling, then that's also fine because we are all not created the same way. Your strength might not be somebody else's strength, and your own strength might be to focus on one thing and do it excellently well. That's it. Find out what find out that about yourself, and if that's who you are, make sure that you just pick one thing and concentrate on it. But don't be so scared that you never try because you just feel like, oh, how can I do all these things? It's a lot. If you try, you might see that you'll be able to do everything effortlessly.
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate. So I think we don't have any questions again. So now we'll be moving on to the second presentation. The topic is standing with Allah, and the speaker is Afolabi Ogundele. So shortly, can you just confirm? Can we confirm? Are you here, sir?
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum. I'm here.
Okay, excellent. So I'll read his profile quickly and then he can go on with his presentation. Okay, so Abdul Qayyum Afalabi Ogundele is a resourceful professional who is passionate about leveraging his knowledge and expertise to influence others positively through faith, technology, and education. He is also a writer and a poet with a passion for creative arts. His diverse background includes a BSc in chemical engineering from the University of Lagos and a mini MBA from University Business School. As a certified data scientist, he has experience applying his skills to solve real-world problems and providing training in data analytics. His foundation is further strengthened by advanced training from IIIT Southwest Nigeria on contemporary Islamic thought and epistemological integration, as well as the Irfan Center on Islamic Astronomy and Moon Sighting. His commitment to community is evident in his extensive volunteer and leadership roles. He has actively volunteered for Micah Nigeria since 2012 and has held a leadership position as an imam at Micah Katiba and other mosques since 2017. His service extends to the Irfan Center for Research and Human Development since 2015, and he has also helped organize voluntary blood donation events for Esteemed Lifesavers Initiative as a member or serial donor. Abdul Qayyum's dedication to education is reflected in his tutoring experience at both the Irfan Center as a private Quran tutor and at TechGen Africa, where he also served as the Global Operations Officer and Content Director. Through these experiences, is helping to guide young people in strengthening their faith and becoming confident, ethical leaders in a technology-driven world. Assalamu alaikum, sir. You're welcome. Thank you, sir. Mhm.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Now,
You can have the floor.
I hope you can hear me clearly.
If you can hear him, please drop reaction so he knows you can hear him. Thank you.
Okay. Since I can't share my screen, I actually have presentation. I have a slide. I have slides.
Okay,
So
I can make you a co-host so you can share your
okay.
screen.
All right then.
Okay, yeah, a co-host. You can share your screen now.
All right. Yeah, okay. So can we see what I'm sharing?
Please.
Hello,
Okay, thank you.
can we hear me? Can we see what I'm sharing? It's zoomed out. Oh, I'm using my phone. Maybe that's why. Okay. Let me try this. Okay, I don't know. Is it better now? Okay, it's now. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله ثم الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا وحبيبنا ومولانا أحمد بن محمد أحمد أحمد محمد بن عبد الله صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم وعلى آله وأصحابه وآل بيته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. نعم، أما بعد. نعم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. So now, inshallah, in the few minutes that we have, so I'll be taking us through a very brief discussion, but quite important, especially for us as young Muslims at this stage. So basically, what we will be discussing is standing with Allah, which is basically talking about building a strong foundation in a shifting world. Okay, so just as I've been introduced earlier, so this is just a little bit about me, a little bit of the things that I'm involved in, and a little bit of my background. So in case we didn't get some from the introduction. So and I think I was also into towards the end of the previous session. So and I also got a hang of the question. So and I could really relate with the question that was asked by Mariam. So I think I can quite relate with that very much, and even from the answers that was given. So because I was while doing engineering in school, I was also juggling madrasa. It was tough, but Alhamdulillah, we are here today. Yeah, so down to the business of the day. So when we say standing with Allah, basically, what are we intending really? So why is it necessary to stand with Allah? What is the whole point? What does that have to do with our journey as young people? Especially, I believe most of us are around the age of getting into the higher institution. There's a whole lot of excitement, anxiety, and expectations. Yeah, so we want to make sure that while we are moving into this new environment, I would say this new world, so we have things that keep us grounded. So that's what brings us to finding your anchor. So basically, in today's world, which is filled with countless voices, that are trying to define us, how do we, as Muslim youth, find stability through Islamic faith? So the challenges we have today are quite in a lot, actually. So, but the ones that are really specifically concerning to Muslim youth are, the first one is numerous voices trying to define our identity. One of the things young people, teenagers and young adults usually struggle with is the problem of identity, especially as Muslims. You are constantly bombarded with a lot of content from the world, both online and offline. So there are a lot of things that we see and we encounter on a daily basis that challenges um, the principles, the beliefs, the ideals that we have been raised with, especially as Muslims. We are in a very secular world now, and there's a lot of the part of the things that we struggle a lot with as young people is like we are always trying to seek validation. We are also always trying to, be accepted in the immediate world we find ourselves, and in extension in the digital space. We always try to want to fit into that world, into that community. Whilst trying to do that, we might have issues with keeping our identity, keeping our our beliefs, our foundations, especially as Muslims. So that is on the one hand. On the other hand, whilst there are these pressures that are affecting us from the outside, so they are not. If they were constant, it would have been easier to deal with. But then they continue to shift. Every week there's a new trend. Every week there's a new vibe. There's a new slang. So we're constantly trying to catch up. We're in a rat race. So in doing all of that, we are likely to forget ourselves. So in all of that, in forgetting ourselves, we um, often lose track of the things that really matter, and we end up focusing and chasing things that don't really matter, or things that they matter to some extent, but they are not the priorities, our top priorities that would allow us to achieve success both here and hereafter. Because that's fundamentally, basically, as a Muslim, what we want to achieve is success here in this life and in the hereafter. And that is why we say, ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. So we're asking Allah to give us goodness, to give us khair, to give us success, to give us hasana in this life and then in the hereafter. So as such, in all of these ever-changing situations and environments, so we need something that would ground us, something that would keep us grounded, that no matter the tides, no matter the waves, we remain grounded. We stay true to our principles. We stay true to our beliefs. We stay true to our identity. We know who we are. We don't get lost in all of the bubble. So that is finding our anchor. That is the stability. What will give us stability? The analogy of an anchor comes from a ship. I believe we all know what an anchor is. What part of the thing that keeps a ship steady at the bay is the anchor. When the ship arrives at bay, the anchor is dropped. So when the anchor drops, regardless of the tides on the waves of the ocean, it remains firm. So now, what are these things that are anchors that would serve as anchors for us? The central thing, the main thing for us as Muslims, especially as youth, is Tawheed. So, and it might sound very abstract when you hear Tawheed. We hear Tawheed a lot, except for those of us who are, I believe most of us are passed through madrasa. We hear Tawheed a lot, the oneness of Allah, and we are trying to relate it to how does that directly have to do with me? Yes, I believe Allah is one. Yes, I worship only Allah alone. Yes, but how does that come into play in my life, in the immediate uh, situation? So, and another thing is Iman. So, just as we know, Tawheed is belief in Allah, simply the first pillar of faith, which is أن تشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. So that's to believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He is the only one worthy of worship, and that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is His servant and messenger. So in believing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the only one worthy of worship, how does this come to play in daily life? Is for us to know that just as Allah has said in the Quran in Surah Al-Dhariyat, that وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ, that I have not created, Allah said, I have not created mankind or jinn kind except to worship me. That is basically the central purpose, the ontological purpose for which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created each and every one of us, which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to each and every one of us. And as we have come to this stage of our life, we become accountable for it. We no longer have excuses of okay, this is our parents. We no longer can hide behind our parents. We start to take direct responsibility. Is for worship. So, and how do you worship? Is it just by going to the mosque all day, staying in the mosque, praying, 5 times a day, reading Quran all the time? And no, that is not what is meant by worship. So basically, uh, anything and everything that we do can become worship, especially as young people. For example, serving your parents can be worship. Studying, even for an exam, for you to be useful to yourself and the community can be worship. Because there's even a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that says that Man salaka tariqan yaltamisu fihi ilman sahalallahu bihi tariqan ila al-jannah. It says that Man salaka tariqan, whoever seeks a path, yaltamisu fihi ilman, and seeks knowledge through that path. And this is you studying, that you embark on a journey of studying or learning something. Sahalallahu bihi tariqan ila Jannah, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes that a path, an easy path for you to Jannah. And that is the success of the hereafter. So the success of this life is what you would get from the fruits of that knowledge that you learn. The proceeds from it. For example, you become a doctor, you become an engineer, you become not only useful to yourself but to the society. So in your doing that, part of the success you get from this life is that you may become recognized. You have a paycheck at the end of the month, or maybe even at the end of the week. You become a freelancer, you offer services to people. You have learned that thing. So with the right intentions, those things are worship. So, and that is if those things are worship, and they are in everyday and they're in everyday activities that we do. So those things must be grounded. Those things are firm in Tawheed, in the oneness of Allah. So how does that Tawheed reflect in all of these things that we do in your studying? So that is for you. So that is for it to be while doing those things, you are honest in your dealings. You understand that the ultimate reward comes from Allah. You understand that regardless of whatever you are doing, it must be in consonance with what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has approved of and not what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has warned us to stay away from. So those things we must be conscious of them in our daily life. So in the midst of all of that chaos, a lot of the times you come across, you from your peers, sometimes the kind of friends we have are not the very best ones. They are encouraged, they tell us to, you know, do certain things, that we know might not be very nice, might not be very good. But then, because we are Muslims and we are conscious of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and then we need to, actively uh, put that belief at the forefront. So then we know that, okay, this is not something I should be doing. And no matter the pressure, I should not succumb to these things. So because when one succumbs, what happens? One gets carried away. One gets lost in all of that chaos. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reminds us that Nasullaha fa'ansahum anfusahum. وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ نَسُوا اللَّهَ فَأَنسَاهُمْ أَنفُسَهُم. That's in Surah Al-Hashr. That do not be like those who forgot Allah and Allah made them forget themselves. So whilst, trying to navigate the world, the digital space, your university environment, your secondary school, your society, community with friends, you must always make sure that you do not forget Allah. So, and that is really basically affirming your Tawheed in your everyday actions and in your everyday belief. So at sometimes it's not always external influence. Sometimes it can be internal. Sometimes the influence can be internal. That is ourselves. Sometimes it's not that we are influenced by friends or by the community or by social media. It might be what we ourselves want to do. Because eventually, yes, regardless, we have good thoughts and we also have bad thoughts. Sometimes those bad thoughts might be very obsessive and it might be compulsive. So, but then we must always remember and to not be like, where there's a bit where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Furqan that أَفَرَأَيْتَ الَّذِي مَنِ اتَّخَذَ إِلَهَهُ هَوَاهُ, that have you seen he who has taken his Lord as who has taken his own desires, his own whims and fancies as his Lord. So sometimes when you follow your own, you follow what just comes to your mind, without, considering that, okay, this I should give recourse, I should understand, is this thing okay, according to the beliefs, the principles of Islam or not. I'm just going to do it. If you believe that, then in some subtle ways, that is already going against Tawheed. So Tawheed basically gives you a stable foundation in all of this. So Tawheed would be your operating system. So what does it do for you? So while I've explained, it gives you that unchanging foundation, then it makes you be able to survive in any situation that you have. There are very practical examples that I think to really bring this home, I would use stories or examples. I think I can use my own story for a very um good example. You know, part of the things that really kept me grounded, as a young person and as a teenager, was the fact that, from my teen days, I went to a missionary secondary school, a Christian missionary secondary school. We did all of the Bible reading and we did all of those things. In fact, I was the best student in CRK. So, but so that might sound very funny. But then what kept me grounded was that, funny enough, at that time I did not know how to read the Quran in Arabic. So, but I was reading the Quran in English already. So the message I was getting from there, those were the things that were grounding me, that regardless of the things I was seeing, the pressures that were coming from my immediate environment, they kept me firm. Those were the things that made me not do certain things, that my peers were doing. They knew me for that, such that I became given nicknames like, in fact, they had been calling me Imam from secondary school, a Christian school. Some people will call me Mopo. So were some of the experience, and even eventually when I got to the university, eventually I became the class rep of my class, of my department. So, but whilst doing that, some of the things that were happening, when we would try to get handouts and materials for our peers and stuff, are also attendance sheets. So the other class reps from the other departments, what they would do is, after getting the material from the lecturer, they would, inflate the prices so that they could make some gain, so that they could make some profits for themselves. But I did not do that. So eventually, the students from the other departments, they would, when they ask my own classmates, my own course-mates, that, okay, how much did you get this? So when they see the stark difference in the prices, they start to wonder what's happening. So that's really helped me, and that really helped me gain a lot of respect. That even when I stopped being the class rep, I still got a lot of people question, even that were not from my department. They're like asking why. That, please don't. We want you to continue being the class rep. So I was able to do those things because I had already grounded myself in uh in the principles of Tawheed. So, and it's part of the things that continues to give me a meaningful living. The things that I do, I always try to consider, okay, how does this thing benefit people, or how does it not cause harm to people? Because those are major points, major objectives of the Sharia. And it saves from a lot of distractions. There are not as much distractions when I was a teen. There are a lot more now. So the only things that would not allow you to get lost in those distractions is for you to ground yourself in certain practices and certain beliefs. So distractions can be of two types. They are what we call attractive distractions, and then there are distractive attractions. So I want you to keep that in mind. Attractive distractions and destructive attractions. So some practical steps for you to maintain faith, for you to stand with Allah in a shifting world. First thing, practice God consciousness, taqwa. Then your prayers, your 5 daily salawats, please stick to it. They are things that ground you. They keep you grounded. They keep you firm. That routine is not punishment for you. They are things that keep you, it's just like they are your anchors. They keep you firm, they keep you grounded, they remind you of Allah constantly. And then your dhikr, your morning, evening azkar, and also find time, dedicate, whether once a day or twice a day, to reading Quran, and then adhering to the right, then friends, your community, because there's hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that says that فَعَلَيْكُمْ بِالْجَمَاعَةِ فَإِنَّمَا يَأْكُلُ الذِّئْبُ الْخَاسِيَةِ. So that stay with the Jama'ah, stay with the community, stay with the community of people, of righteous people, that فَإِنَّمَا يَأْكُلُ الذِّئْبُ, that the wolf can only eat, the wolf will only eat the lone sheep. So if you stay by yourself, if you think you are going to be strong enough by yourself without having a community, then you'll be an easy target for Shaitan and all of the distractions of the world. So, and these are, from the what we can see, these are things that Taqwa would give you. You give you inner sights. What others would miss easily, you would not miss them. It gives you a moral compass, and then it gives you divine protection. You will start being protection. So how do you practice this? Academic integrity in exams. Make sure you don't cheat in exams. You don't use dobs. Use social media responsibly. Be honest in whatever projects, with whatever dealings you have with people. It goes a very long way. Then support your peers. Be empathetic. Pray and dhikr. So make sure. I think dua is one of the things that young people don't do a lot. So these are things I'm telling you, do this. One of the things I used to do as a teen with duas is that I used to write them. They were easier for me, and I used to write in English in duas. I have a book. I'm sure if I search somewhere, I'll still find that book. So those are some of the practices you try to inculcate. So I'm being role models of faith. So carry that label strongly as a Muslim. Do not always try to hide it. I can understand. I've been in that place. Sometimes we try to hide our identity as Muslims because the people around us, or they might think we're doing too much, or we want to feel among, but do not hide that. There's a lot of benefits in that. It makes people recognize who. It gives you an identity. It makes people, okay, this is this person. These are the principles he stands for. You're respected for it, and it takes you places. It gets you recommendations. Okay, so I think I'm getting to the end. Sorry, I think I'm taking more than the time. So integrating, faith with technology. So I added this because as young people, we use technology a lot. So whilst we use all of that technology, part of how we stand with Allah is to make sure that we are ethical in the use of those things. For example, I'm a trained data scientist. One of the projects I've worked on is building a fraud detection model. So, and part of the things that was inspiring that is, the aspect of the Sharia that says protection of wealth. That is one of the 5 fundamental objectives of the Sharia. So that was faith inspired. That was an integration of my faith with technology. So whatever things you learn coding, you do with technology, make sure that you apply your principles, your values to those things. So in your academics, as in your career choices, and in your daily interactions. So now a call to action. So I would want to and join us. So this week, do one thing, try to reflect on Allah's blessings consciously. Second thing, be a model of honesty in your university group academic work. Strive to be a model of honesty and integrity. Stand up for what is right Islamically in all situations. And third, share positive Islamic information. So it doesn't necessarily have to be, you sharing lectures, Quranic recitations, and stuff like that, but share things that reflects the value of Islam. Use your social media to propagate those principles, those values, those beliefs, without necessarily quoting the Quran says this, the Hadith says this. Simple acts of faith. So I think I'll come to the end of my talk. For time's sake, there's a lot we could talk about. It was not so easy for me to streamline this, but Alhamdulillah, we've come to the end of it. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make it easy digested, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to keep us firm on his path. Allahumma thabbit aqdamana ala siratik. نعم سبحانك الله أقول الله قولي هذا أستغفر الله لي ولكم سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. نعم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. So if
Thank you very much. Please let's appreciate him in the chat box and send your reactions to Jayafunla Karen sir. If you have any questions, please drop it in the chat box. 2 minutes, please. If you have any questions, please drop it in the chat box. Nobody, no questions. Okay, someone here has a question. Miriam says, please, what do you have to say to us regarding having classes or exams during solar period?
yeah, okay. No, uh, I think that question is a common one, and it's one I've come across, even experienced. So, just as you know, or for those of us who do not know, we know that Salat period is a range. It's not a specific time. So if you have, so for example, the most likely times that you have exams that will fall in within Salat time would be either Zuhr or Asr. So the normal time for Zuhr is basically when the sun has, shifted from the zenith. That's from around some few minutes to one at this current time. And Asr does not end until Zuhr does not end until the time of Asr starts. Which is really around 4 p.m. now. So that's between from like 1 to 4, that's 3 hours. So within that time. So and it's least likely that you have a 3-hour exam. It's almost likely 2 hours, 30 minutes. So a lot of the times it will not affect, but even if it would affect, so that is you have a valid reason to have delayed that salat. So there are different types of salats. There's what we call the daruri time, and there's what we call the ikhtiyari time. The ikhtiyari time is the preferred time. The daruri time is the conditional time. What's the time of the salat due to darura. So for in this kind of example that I mentioned, the darura for Zuhr prayer would be till the ending of Asher time. So what you do is concentrate on your exams, finish your exams. When you're done with your exams, go and observe your salat. You have not infringed on any rule or any principle of observing the salat. So I hope that is clear. So I don't know if I've answered your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so we're going to be moving on to the next presentation. Miss Latifa Salah, sorry, please, are you on the call?
Yes, I'm with you. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, Walaikum salam. So I'll read your profile before and then you can start. Okay, so Salal Koforola Latifa is a registered nurse who is pursuing her postgraduate diploma in mental health and psychiatric nursing. She is an hijab woman and mental health advocate who has worked in various capacities at different NGOs spanning 7 years. She's the founder of the Mental Health Tribe, an initiative started to create innovative solutions to mental health issues. Mind Lining Initiative, where she assists individuals battling with mental health issues cope. Her years of volunteering in the NGO space has gotten her hands-on experience in crisis management and intervention, counseling skill, emotional intelligence, critical thinking skills, amongst others. She has various certificates in leadership, psychology, mental health, research, informed consent, and recently a badge as a global health ambassador from One Young World. Latifa is a Lagos State Youth Ambassador from the Ikeja Division, where she drives change and impact by working on youth-focused projects in the Ikeja Division, especially for youth in undeserved communities. Latifa's future aspiration is to one day work with the United Nations Women as a focal mental health advocate. Latifa's vision is to create an environment where every individual has access to proper mental health care and create platforms that young individuals can grow mental resilience. She believes strongly in the saying, the change we want to see in the world starts when we change ourselves. You're welcome, ma.
Thank you very much for reading that log profile. Jazakumullah khairan. So, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. Good afternoon. Oh, sorry, we're still in the morning. Good morning. Sister Alima, please can you help me project your screen?
Yes, that was what I'm
Okay.
trying to do.
Okay. So pending the time she starts, like she said, my name is Salau Koforola Latifa, and today I'm going to be taking the topic emotional resilience and mental stability. Where do I start from? So okay, yes, since we are mostly teenagers on the call. I know a lot of us are in secondary school, and then we have this dream. Okay, I want to leave secondary school by the age of 15, 16. After then, I'll probably get into the university. By that 16 or 17, I finished university 5 years, 23. By 24, I go for service. 25, I start working. By 30, I should have started making the big money. But the thing with, I know you laughed. The thing with it is that life doesn't always go in that linear direction. That is why it is very important to build emotional resilience. So I think that was why I was giving the topic emotional resilience. So emotional resilience is needed by every single individual, be it young or old, to face the struggles that will come into life. And I know that it's easy to say that, oh, I'm emotionally resilient. But as I take you through this class, I hope at the end of it, you're able to see if you're resilient or not, and you can further build and work on yourself. So we're waiting for the slide to be shared. So I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, me too. I'm coming.
I can't see your screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you see this?
I'm seeing that. I can't see the
Yeah,
slide.
the issue is. Can you see my WhatsApp?
No.
I'm trying to. I don't know.
Okay. Let's share. Can you allow me to share my screen?
Yeah, let me do that. Maybe I should just
Okay,
do
let's
that.
see if I can share my screen. Sorry about that.
It's fine.
So, pending the time that we're sharing our screen, I would like to ask a few
I've
people
made
what they
you
think.
a post. I
What
made
did
you
you
a
say?
poll. I've made
Okay,
you a poll. So you should be able
okay,
to share your screen now.
okay. So, pending the time that I share my screen, I would like to ask a few people if they know what emotional resilience is. What do we think emotional resilience is? Anyone? Should I call names? I'm coming. Sorry. Allow me to do this.
Emotional resilience is the ability to adapt to stress. Um,
So I can see my screen. Are you the one projecting?
I'm the one projecting. I've been
Okay.
able to do it after
Okay.
fighting.
Thank you very much. So somebody said emotional resilience is the ability to cope with stress. Yes, the next slide. So that is actually very correct. So the first slide, ability to stay balanced when facing stress. Yes. I like those words. Ability, balance. So according to WHO, emotional resilience is the ability to adapt and recover from stressful situations, adversity, and challenges rather than being overwhelmed by them. So they are not telling you that you will not be overwhelmed or that stress will not come or that obstacles will not come. They are telling you that when you build emotional resilience, you become able to handle those stressors, those obstacles, and you won't allow them overwhelm you to the point of breaking down. And I think this is such a beautiful concept because as Muslims, we were never promised by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we will not go through obstacles. Instead, Allah even said in the Quran that we will be tested. Did you say you call yourself a Muslim and you will not be tested? You will be tested, but the ability to remain firm in your deen would build in you emotional resilience. Next slide. So ask yourself now on this call, am I emotionally resilient? When struggles come, do I just break down or do I weather the storm? If I am not emotionally resilient, how can I become emotionally resilient? Next slide. So ask yourself that question because you would be answering that question at the end of this session. So causes of emotional weakness. Number one cause of emotional weakness is not trusting Allah. I know that as Muslims, it is very, very important to always trust Allah. And that is why we say, Asbunallah wa ni'mal wakil. Allah is sufficient for us. Because you need to understand that the obstacles will come, the trials will come. But when you trust Allah, because you know He's the best disposer of affairs and He's best of planners, whatever obstacles come, you know it is for your good. Because Allah has said it that if an obstacle comes and brings us closer to Allah, then therein lies the beauty of it. whatever happens that brings us closer to Allah was a good in the first place rather than an evil. Also, the second thing is obsessing over things, overthinking. When you're somebody that constantly overthink, you don't go with the flow. You're always stressed about the outcome of something, then you are emotionally weak. Also, taking decisions based on emotion rather than facts. A lot of times we take decisions based off of sentiments rather than what is factual, what is reality in front of us, and then letting others control you. As teenagers, it's easy to join the crowd, but if you want to be emotionally resilient, you have to be able to be yourself and know yourself, not going with the crowd. Let me give you an example. I went to a Christian school, and it was so easy for me to say, okay, yes, I want to join the crowd. I'll go for assembly meetings, we'll be singing song on the assembly ground. But at a point, I came to realize that I was not being myself. I was not being true to myself. And because I was doing that, I was killing myself within. And I was also going against the will of Allah. But when I started being true to myself, I realized that people were actually using me because they saw that I was easy to control. But by the time I became in tune with myself, I was not easy to control any longer. So it was hard for them to say, let's go for meetings, and I will not go because I knew what the end game was for me, which is to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Sorry about that. Also, not being open to critique and feedback. As youngsters, we need to be open to critique and feedbacks from the elders. And I know we are Gen Zs. It's hard to get some feedback. And remember, I did not say criticism. I said critique, constructive critique, not people that just want to put you down. I'm talking about the people that want your growth and are giving you feedback. Feedback is very important for growth and also for building emotional resilience. Next slide, please. So all these I have said are things that make you emotionally weak. And how can you boost your emotional intelligence? The first thing you need to do is the fear of Allah. When you fear Allah, you will build emotional resilience because by fearing Allah, you will do only things that are halal rather than haram. And in so doing that, you find peace within yourself. And in finding peace within yourself is being emotionally resilient. Another thing is trust Allah. As teenagers, we are getting into the stage in life whereby obstacles will come, be it academic obstacles, relationship obstacles, family obstacles, professional obstacles. A lot of obstacles will come. But when you fully trust Allah in the process of your becoming, you would be emotionally resilient. It is saying that I have taqwa in Allah. I fear Allah. And I believe that Allah will open doors for me from places I never imagined. That would allow you to find peace within yourself because you won't have unnecessary expectations of yourself. Also, we have the smart ideas. It is very important as youngsters to have smart goals. Your goals must be specific. It must be measurable. It must be achievable. It must be time bound. Do not place so much expectations of yourself that when they don't happen, you become down and you start feeling emotionally downcasted. But when you set smart goals, and I mean smart goals, you can set smart goals daily. This is what I want to achieve of my day. I want to wake up by this time. I want to pray, observe tahajjud, read my Quran from this time to this time. Make sure that everything is in a checklist that it's achievable. Do not say I want to read the entire Quran in a day. That is achievable. But with your schedule, going to school and other things that you do, is that achievable? But if you say, I want to read half a page of the Quran in a day, I want to read a page of the Quran in a day within this time to this time, and then you keep the time. And that takes us to the next thing. If you want to build emotional resilience, you have to be disciplined, meaning you have to be ready to put in the work to achieve your goals. Also, it celebrates small wins. There's nothing too small to celebrate. The fact that you woke up in the morning, there should be an ounce of gratitude. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Small wins. Okay, the last test I did, I got 8/10. This test I did this time, I got 9.5/10. Always celebrate those small wins, because on the journey to success, it is not it's not that end point that would bring you joy, but the journey to getting to that point. If you derive joy from the journey itself, when you get to that point of success, you won't feel too excited, or if you don't get to that particular point, you won't feel too downcasted, because on the way to getting there, you had small wins that showed you that I am not who I was, I am becoming somebody better. Another thing is practice gratitude. Like I said, that was what I mentioned. Constantly, as Muslims, we need to constantly say Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, because no matter what Allah does for us, be it good or bad, there is always something to be grateful for. The fact that you're breathing is something to be grateful for. The fact that you have something to eat is something to be grateful for. The fact that you are not in the hospital is something to be grateful for. And then accept changes. The only thing that is constant in this world is change. Change is very constant. So ability to always keep yourself moving as things goes and keep yourself strong, so that whatever comes, you are able to adapt easily. Being flexible, and I don't mean flexibility in the sense that you don't do things in line with the way Allah has said it, but being flexible in the fact that when an obstacle comes, it is a teaching, it's a learning curve for you, and you see it as that. So by seeing it that Allah wants me to learn something from this, you won't you will be able to become resilient. Also, ensuring that you cultivate emotional intelligence. You need to be emotionally intelligent and know that whatever you do, it shows empathy for yourself and empathy for others. Next slide. So now, mental health is total health. You cannot be emotionally resilient if your mental health is not stable, if it is not in a state of equilibrium. So for the young girls on the call, a lot of times you hear people tell you, she's a female, she can't do that. So over time, what you consume can actually cause you for your mental health to become unstable. For the young folks, our boys on the call, you hear people tell you men don't cry. But let me now tell you, the greatest weapon you have against yourself is your nerves. Yes. But me, I will also tell you your emotions, ability to be able to make sure that your emotions are stable, regardless of the situations that are happening, and for you to know when to ask for help and when to speak out. For the guys, showing emotions doesn't mean that you are weak. Rather, it shows strength, because your ability to control your emotion is your greatest weapon. So that's why I want you guys to, if you don't have anything in your mind, have one thing. Mental health is total health. I cannot give if I don't have. Next slide. So I always say this at the end of every class I have, and that is that Allah is sufficient for me and He is the best disposer of affairs. Because when life struggles come, Allah is the only one that would be there. And that is why I live with the mentality of whatever comes, let it come. What goes, let it go. And whatever stay, I let it stay, because Allah is the one that is planning every single thing. So I will tell you this. Continue to pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that even in the chaos, Allah, you find peace. So when obstacles are around, your emotional resilience to face all those obstacles. Thank you very much. Jazakumullahu khairan. If you have any questions, I will take those questions. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam. Thank you very much, Ma. Jazakumullah Karen. Please, can we appreciate her by sending your reactions, and you can also drop thank you in the chat box too. Thank you. Salam alaikum. Sister Anifa, are you here? Arafa, you have a question. Please can you drop it in the chat box? I'll direct the question to her and then I'll send the answer to you. We can't take questions. We have to move on to the next presentation. So you can just drop the question in the chat box. It's either she replies in the chat box or I send the question to her and then you receive your answer. Can you hear me, Sister Anifa?
Yes, I can hear you. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, wa salam. Thank you for being here. So before you start your session, I'll just quickly read out your profile. Then you can start. I'm coming. Okay, so Hanifa Abdurrahman Leki is an award-winning community manager with a deep passion for communicating, meeting people, and making a positive impact. She is renowned as a tech community holder who is passionate about advancing tech communities in Africa. She served at Andela as a talent success manager and also spent over 3 years building a community of over 250,000 African techies at Ingressive for Good, a tech nonprofit dedicated to training 1 million African youths and placing 5,000 of them in jobs, where she served as a programs and community manager. Assalamu alaikum and you're welcome. Thank you. You have the floor now. Do you
Now,
want to share a slide?
yes, again, I did not know that. So I just had to like quickly put this together. I had
Oh,
my talking points, but it wasn't in the slide, and I figured, you know what, I can do this within the few minutes that I have, and I have done that. I've shared it with you. Let me know if you
okay,
can see.
let me look for it. Let me check it.
Okay. While you're doing that, I can, I guess, share my video because I like this to be as interactive as possible. And it is on. Okay. All right. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please let me know if you can see me, if you can hear me. You can say something in the chat box. Say hello, say salam. How are you feeling? Okay. I'm appreciating the emojis. I figure that's like the way Gen Zs are these days. I am a Gen Z, but like I'm an older Gen Z. I'm still trying to learn how to use Snapchats. Just, you know. No, it's not on Snap, it's on Zoom. All right. Appreciate you all for being here. I appreciate the emojis so far. Like I said, I like this to be as interactive as possible. And the topic I was given, and yeah, I mean, I've listened to at least two speakers so far, the ending of the first speaker and then throughout the second speaker. And they have shared like a lot of amazing things. And I feel like it's going to be a little bit of repetition. But I try not to, you know, make it repeated, something new. We try to learn something new. And as much as you're learning from me, I want to learn from you as well. Um, okay, so the topic I was given is on prioritization skills and personal effectiveness, essentially a Muslim teen's guide to priority, ensuring that you are productive in life. And one thing that I would like to kind of start with to set the tone is this Quran verse,
I'm so sorry
where
to interrupt you. I just made you a co-host now, so you can share the
share my
presentation. Yes.
okay, okay. All right, let's try that. Give me a second, please. Okay. She's up. One. Okay. Please let me know if you can see my screen now. Mm. Can you all see my screen? Oh, interesting. What's going on? Okay. So I think I'll just do this. All right. So I think you can see my screen. Can I have like a verbal confirmation? For some reason, I'm not able to see anything else.
Yes, yes, we
Okay.
can.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So I like to set the tone by with this Quran verse. And I did not, Allah said in the Quran, and I did not create the jinn and mankind except to worship me. And the reason why I'm sharing this is because this is like the ultimatum. Like this is everything. Everything that we are doing is because of this. Be it religion wise, school wise, work wise, career wise, whatever it is, every single thing is because of this single verse. Every single thing that we are doing, our existence essentially in this life is because we want to worship Allah. And the reason why I'm sharing this is because I remember when I also when I was studying in school and when I started my career, essentially when I started work. And I had this like a little bit of confusion around, so am I not supposed to be in the mosque? Or at least I should be doing something that will be related to, worshiping Allah, so that I'll be gaining reward, because what I'm working on is not necessarily, worshiping Allah. It's not necessarily something that's I'm gaining reward, life and direct. And it was very confusing for me because I wanted to ensure that what I'm doing is what I should be doing. And what even everybody was doing, because it became really confusing. Like everybody is just going to work. And but we all know that we're supposed to be worshiping Allah. We're supposed to be, our day-to-day is supposed to be worshiping Allah. And it's more than our daily salat, more than fasting, more than all that. And the conversation, I had this conversation with my dad, rahimahullah. And what he said was, if you have money, if you make money, and you use that money to build a mosque, are you worshiping Allah or not? Yes, I am. Okay. And how do you make the money? By, building your career, by going to work, by having a good paying job, by being the best at what you do. So it was getting easy. If as a hijabi, you are succeeding in life, you're at the top government, at the top in terms of career, in terms of work, in terms of everything, and other Muslim women are looking up to you. They know that they can achieve the same. Are you worshiping Allah or not? Yes, I am. So point is removing that bias, or removing that, ensuring that you are in a state of mind to know that every single thing that you're doing, you're worshiping Allah. Even getting married, you're worshiping Allah. As little as just a smile on your face, you're worshiping Allah. So knowing that should also help to ensure that in every other thing that you're doing, you have to succeed in them. You have to be productive. You have to ensure that you're placing priority to those things that are important. And so before I go into the next slide, I'd like everyone to share kind of maybe a basic list of what you think are your top priorities right now. I'm also going to be sharing mine, but I want you to share what are your like top priorities right now. What are those things that you need to get them done? And like kind of like your to-do lists of some sort, or a sample. It doesn't matter how rough it is or how it might not make sense to anybody else, but it might make sense to you. I'd like everyone to share like within like 1 minute in the chat box. Okay, I can see balancing my tech career, school, and business. Uni, join a work group of people for environmentalism, anti-AI. Be a whiz kid in the creative fields I'm in. I love it. Getting ready for uni and adjusting myself to live in the real world. Okay, I love that. Academic excellence, yes. Building a strong, connected community, whether personal or career-wise. Love that. A sound mental health. Absolutely. So I'm really loving what I'm seeing so far. And this is just to show that everybody has what they want to do. Everybody has a to-do list. Everybody has what they want to achieve. And so, how do we now prioritize what you want to do? How do you prioritize? How do you ensure that you are able to manage your time? And this is where finding your North Star comes into play. I believe like the last few speakers have even kind of done quite a lot around this, where um there are things that you want to achieve. I can see almost every single person has something around academics, something around career, something around um faith-based, something around some pleasure of some sort. And so finding your North Star is knowing these are the things that you want to do, these are the things that you would like to achieve at some point in time. And just like the previous lecturer also said that sometimes, life doesn't go in a smooth manner, in a straightforward way. And that's absolutely fine. It's just a reminder that we are more than our to-do list, right? We are more than the list of things that we want to achieve. We are more than that, right? It's easy to feel overwhelmed, it's easy to say that like you want to achieve 1,000,001 things. And that leads us to the next one, which is a deeper why. Productivity isn't just about success in this world, right? And that's why I'll keep on going back to the first slide where I mentioned the Quran verse, and I did not create the jinn and mankind except to worship me. And that's what Allah has laid out as the blueprints for us as the servants, as humans. And so the deeper why here uh is about using our time to fulfill our purpose as Muslims and serving Allah in this world and in the hereafter, striving for success in the hereafter. That's the deeper why. That's what matters the most, right? And so whenever you're feeling overwhelmed, whenever you're feeling like, oh, you cannot achieve this, whenever you're feeling down, always remember, why are you doing what you're doing? And the why is the same for everybody. That's kind of what I'm trying to, get to. The why is the same for everybody. The why is because I want to be a better Muslim. I want to serve Allah in this world, and I want to be successful in the hereafter. I want to enter Al-Jannah. That is the deeper why. And so when you keep reminding yourself, sometimes it might change your to-do list. Sometimes it might change your goal. It might change your North Star. And that's good, right? Because you know that Allah is guiding you towards exactly what you should be doing. And if your actions are intentional, they're intentional in the sense that you're doing them because of Allah and they're aligned with your faith, you experience the barakah effects. You experience do we know what baraka means? Blessings. And things will feel more meaningful. We'll be able to achieve more with less effort by the grace of Allah. Because Allah has said that is going to when we walk towards him, he's going to run towards us. And so walking towards him is not just in our duas, it's not just in our prayer, it's also in our actions. It's also, every single thing that we do. Like I said, career-wise, academic-wise, not just faith-wise, right? Because every single thing that we do is revolving around what? And I did not create the jinn and mankind except to worship Allah, right? Every single thing that we're doing is revolving around that. And so the community you want to create, you're creating it because you want to make the world a better place. And will Allah reward you for that? Yes. The uni that you want to do is because you want to become more knowledgeable. And will Allah reward you for that? Yes, because even the Prophet ﷺ said, seek knowledge as far as where? As far as China, right? And well, China is a lot more closer to us now because we can do Zoom with people over China, right? And so that's finding your North Star. Once we have that at the back of our minds all the time, once we have that reminder all the time, we'll be able to answer questions. We'll be able to ensure that we are in the right frame of mind whenever we are doing things. And we'll get, those barakah by the grace of Allah, inshallah. Next is the 3 Ps of productive living. So now that we found our North Star, now that we understand why we are doing things and we know that whatever it is that we are doing, we get barakah from them, we now need to prioritize, plan, and perform. So first, prioritize. Not everything is a priority. For instance, on my list of tasks, well, everything there is a priority, but I'm going to arrange them according to which is more important. So on my list of tasks, this session is more important for me because it's urgent, right? I'll talk about the quadrant later because it's urgent. It's coming first. So what that means is that I have to ensure that I'm ready for it. I'm ready to present. I'm ready to talk about it with everyone. So it's urgent and important. And then after that, I have some tasks. Funny enough, those tasks can be spread all through the day or even all through the week. So I have those tasks that I want to do. So I'm going to plan, how I'm going to achieve those tasks. And just like the second statement here says, to rely on Allah and ensure that, I take the necessary steps to plan out those things. And then the third thing on my list was what was the third thing? Yes, I was to have a conversation with academics on my MBA plan. And I'm sharing this really very personal, touching, whatever, something with you guys. I'm sharing this because my MBA, I was supposed to graduate this September. I was actually supposed to graduate in January. But I had some personal issues and then I needed to shift. So I shifted to September. And even this September, I'm still not ready to graduate. I've not completed all my courses and, requirements to graduate. I've not met them. And so I need to meet with academics today to be able to convince them to give me more time to graduate within the time frame. And so that's very personal for me. And that's also to show that sometimes not everything will go according to plan, but I won't feel down about it. I won't allow it to overwhelm me. I'll know that, okay, I need to re-strategize, I need to reprioritize, I need to plan and pray to Allah that Allah gives me the strength to be able to complete, all that is on my task. And the third P is to perform. So execute my plan, just like I'm executing one of them here. And remember that every action can be an act of worship. And the reason why I like to always use this as a point of reminder is because it's amazing knowing that every single thing that you're doing, you're getting rewarded for it. Like, I don't know if it's sinking in with you guys, like every single thing that you're doing. If you want to enter the toilet and you're entering with your left leg and you're doing the dua that you're supposed to do, you're getting reward for it. You're getting rewarded for it, rather. And so knowing that every single thing that I'm doing, or at least almost every single thing that I'm doing, I'm being rewarded for it. So far, I have, the intention to do it because of Allah. I have the intention, I have the good intention to do it, and I also I'm doing it to the best of my ability. Every single thing is an act of worship, and we pray to Allah to award us the reward that is accorded to every single action that we do. Um, so I hope I'm not going too fast. Let me see. Please let me know if I'm going too fast, if everything is. Oh, I should start rounding up. Okay. 7 more. Okay, okay. I'll start. I have just after this slide, I have 2 more slides. Okay, so this slide, so I was talking about the quadrants earlier. This slide is essentially the Ibadah first matrix, and as much as possible, I'd like you to take screenshots of these or pictures or whatever. Is essentially to help you prioritize and plan. So on the top left quadrant here, we have the urgent and important. Those are your obligations, your daily prayers, your essential school things, helping your family. Those are the things that you need to do immediately. Then we have the important but not urgent. This is where you get to invest in yourself, reading the Quran, learning something new, studying for exams, and probably some pleasure as well. You want to schedule this ahead of time. So when you have your uni calendar, you don't wait until exam is very close before you start reading for it, right? We also have the urgent but not important. Those are like distractions. They're non-essential. They're things that don't necessarily align with your goals. In this case, I'll say it's okay to say no to them, right? It's okay to say to decline them or delegate to other people. And then the final one, they are neither urgent nor important. This one's they're a waste of time. And I know that we're in the social media era, but you need to time yourself. You need to know when to stop. You need to give yourself, oh, these are the amount of time that I want to put into gaming. I'm not saying you shouldn't game at all, though. It's fine to game. It's fine to sometimes I'll even prefer the physical sports compared to the online one because that achieves your goal of physical fitness. But you need to ensure that all of these things that you're doing, they're within the within time frame, within 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Give yourself times to be able to do these things and do not exceed them. So minimize them essentially. So these are some practical action steps. These are just things that okay, you can is up to you to mix and match how it should be. But typically, as a Muslim, person, you start with your Fajr. Wake up, probably even your tahajjud before Fajr, right? Make dua, spread your bed, do little things that will set the tone for the day. Read the Quran, just like the previous reciter said, probably half a page or even a couple of verses is absolutely fine. Sometimes what I like to do is if I see that I do not have the time, most especially if you have to maybe go very early to work or go very early to school, I listen to the Quran instead. So instead of listening to songs or not doing anything within those time, just play the Quran and subconsciously you're gaining reward for listening to the Quran. And or maybe if you want to do muraja, you've memorized a couple of surahs before. Use that time to also, read what you've memorized ahead. Then batch similar tasks. So batching similar tasks essentially is, say for instance, you want to do all your homework, all your homework at once. You want to create that community, work on creating the community at once. It just really helps in terms of the multitasking, that we usually do as humans essentially. Then embrace the 25-minute sprint. So I like to share this because I've seen it work for me. But if it doesn't work for you, that's fine. Essentially is to do like a deep walk. I call it deep walk for like 25 minutes, then take 5 minutes break. It's just to help the brain to recalibrate within that 5 minutes. Sometimes just take a walk, come back, sit, then you're ready for another 25-minute deep walk. It could even be as long as 1 hour. But the reason why it's 25 minutes is also because you shouldn't be sitting down for long, right? Again, as Muslim, your physical and health is physical health rather is very, very important. And then don't overcommit. There are some things that you can say no to. I know that as Gen Zs, we are almost always saying yes to everything. I'm saying this because it's the same for me. There's like 1,000,001 things on my plate, and I'm learning to delegate. I'm learning to instead, if I have the money for some things, give it to people to do them, and then that reduces the number of tasks that I have to commit to. And then finally, I like to share this because I recently just listened to this lecture, I think by Ali, and it was very, I don't know the word to use. It put a lot of things into perspective for me. And these are the 4 things he shared essentially. So if you are going through a difficult time or you're going through something that you feel like, why is this happening? You're always questioning things, I won't say questioning Allah, but essentially questioning things. For instance, some things that are happening in Palestine. First and foremost is to remember that Allah is all aware. Every single thing that is happening, Allah is all aware. Do you think that He's not aware of what's happening in Palestine? He is. Number 2, Allah is wise. Allah is wise, meaning He knows what we don't know. There are some things that He is passing people through that that is for His own decision, His own judgment, because He is wise and we are not. So that's the second frame that you should pass things through. So Allah is wise. Next is Allah is just. And again, when you're saying why me, why this, why that, Allah is just. Allah is the one person that's oh sorry, Allah is the one being, the one supreme being that He is just in every single thing that He is doing. And He has said this multiple times in the Quran as well. And finally, Allah does whatever He pleases. And if at the end of the day you feel like, why is these things happening? Why is a lot of all these things happening in Palestine, in Sudan, in Haiti, and even in Nigeria? Allah does whatever He pleases. And we pray to Allah to, guide us in whatever it is that we are doing, to bless us and to grant us blessings in our time, in our efforts, and in our lives. And remember that your time is a trust from Allah, is an amana, is a gift. And so the 24 hours that you have per day, is reflect on how you use it, and always be always be grateful to him, always be thankful to him, and be committed to him. Again, every single thing that you're doing, put it in your intention that you're doing them for the sake of Allah. Yeah. And I pray that Allah continues to guide us and accept this as an act of ibadah. Amen.
Okay. Jazakumullah Karen, thank you very much. Please, can we appreciate her by sending reactions and then in the chat box also? Okay, so we'll be going for a 10 minutes break just to stretch your legs and take water. But before that, I'll be introducing someone who wants to talk to us. Yes,
We're
okay.
not, Alima, we're not leaving. We're not leaving.
No, we're
We're
not
still on
leaving.
the.
Yeah, we're not leaving. We're still on
Yes, we're
the
not
call.
leaving.
Yes, okay. So you can just you're not supposed to leave the call, just take water and then in 10 minutes you'll be back here.
It's just 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, 5 minutes. Sorry, 5 minutes. So you have the floor.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to have you. My name is Mutalib Ariago, and I am the program executive for Movement for Islamic Culture and Awareness. I would like that we all keep the concentration up and help ourselves learn as much as we can so that whatever we take from here will be valuable and useful to us in the future, inshallah. I want us to have a quick rundown of why we're here, for instance. TeenHaus is one of the programs from the stable of Micah, and it's under what we call the capacity building school. It's designed to help you grow to a resourceful adult. Today's event starts with 1 of 2 days training. This is the online part, and then we have the physical, which is the workshop part, coming up on Saturday. However, this won't be the end of our talk. It's going to be the beginning of handling everybody on this cohort. We are working with CBS Micah to hold you up for about 2 or 3 years with capacity building trainings like this that would eventually make you that resourceful person that we're looking up to. I want to wish everybody here the best, and I hope that you hold or you have something to hold as you go into this new life. Moving on from there, we have had 4 speakers. I've had some really interesting questions. and I've read really very, very interesting questions as well. If we have learned, can we have one or two things from the chat box? Can we have some of your comments on what you have really learned and what you are looking up to for at this point of this program? Also, I would like to announce that we need to be very attentive. We need to be really, really very attentive, because on the top of the workshop, we're going to have a quiz competition that will arise. Questions will arise from the online session, and I can promise you there's going to be lots of good gifts that people will go home with. They're going to go home with very, very beautiful gifts. I can tell you that. So please be attentive. Pick your notes, hold yourselves, read over it, and try to internalize it, so that on Saturday, when we begin to ask for practicals of some of these things, you'll be able to give us exact answers as we want to. It won't be just an academic exercise, I can tell you. So you need to really, really learn to practice some of the things you're hearing from here. If we have the next speaker
Yes,
ready,
it's on the
I
call.
think I'm
It's on the
done.
call.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much for having me. And please, let's be attentive.
Amazing. 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 Okay, yes. Assalamu alaikum. Mr. Alamin.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you. So I'm going to read out your profile. Okay, yes, with your slide, so I'll share it. So I'll read out your profile, then share the slide.
All right,
Okay.
all right.
Namin Abalare is a content and product marketer with over 5 years of experience crafting impactful stories and strategies for businesses across more than 5 industries. Is the author of Plan Z, Building the Blocks of a Successful Life, a practical self-help book for young people that has impacted the lives of hundreds of readers. Born out of his passion for youth development, Al-Amin coaches and develops personal growth trainings to young audiences, empowering them to tread the path of growth. Alongside his work, he is pursuing dual degrees in electrical and electronics engineering at the University of Lagos and psychology at the International Open University (IOU). He enjoys discussing ideas, writing, speaking, and studying the Quran. Assalamu alaikum, you're welcome. You have the floor. So you can just start,
Walaikum
then give me
salam.
a few minutes so I can share the slide.
All right, all right. Hi, everyone. I hope we're all doing good. Let me try and find a good position so the light doesn't really obstruct my face. Uh, all right. Yeah, awesome. Great. Okay. Now, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's great to be talking to everyone here today. My name is Alamin, as Alima has mentioned, and it's been a great discussion. I mean, I listened to the last speaker, and I also listened to Father that spoke just now, and it's a very, very interesting set of discussions that we've been having so far. We would be talking about building your social index, and it is a it's a topic that if I had been given this topic, say, from 2 years ago, 2 years before now, I probably would have rejected it because I do not consider myself someone, or at that time, I wouldn't have considered myself someone who's able to speak on a topic like this. I used to be very, very, very introverted. I would avoid talking to people. I could come on the stage and talk for hours. I could talk to a crowd of over 1,000 people. Right, that was nothing to me. But when it came to the one-on-one discussions with people, interacting with people uh, physically like that, it wasn't something I found easy. And not to now talk of uh, what you now call your own network, it was a whole lot of work. I did a bit well with friends that I knew myself, but when it came to larger crowds, I had just maybe one or two people that I could talk to. But over time, I've learned, I like to describe myself as an evolving introvert now. And why is this important? Um, we're going to see in the first example that I actually want us to talk about is the example of someone that's called Rosa Parks. If anyone here has ever heard the name, you can just give it a thumbs up or say me in the chat. So Rosa Parks um, is a civil rights activist, right? She's a civil rights activist, and there was something that happened during the peak years of segregation and discrimination of of black of blacks. Oh, Fatih has read about that. Great. There was something that happened during the peak years of segregation in the United States of America. She boarded a bus, right? And the norm then, as weird as it sounds now, the norm then was that blacks are there are places where blacks can sit and blacks that could not sit. Sometimes blacks are not even allowed to sit at all. Black people, right? You have to stand, right? There, yes, there's supposed to be a slide show, but I think Alima is trying to get that done. So there were like institutionalized racism, basically. That was
You
the
should be able to
idea.
see my screen now. So sorry, you should be able to see my screen now. I'm sharing it
Yeah,
already.
yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Yeah, great. So, I actually first read about this story of Rosa Parks when I read the book Power of Habits by Charles Duhigg. And please, I may mention some books, or I most likely will mention a couple of books on this call. Try to read them, like try to search for them after this call. It's very important. So I first read about her in Power of Habits by Charles Duhigg. And what happened was that day she got into the bus. And basically, she did what she was not supposed to do, according to them. She sat down and refused to get up. Uh, wear the white in the seat that was supposed to be for whites only. She sat down and she refused to get up. And the problem escalated, right? And they got her arrested. It turned into something else. I know as weird as impossible and as impossible that may sound to us today, this actually happened, right? And all of this happened. But what happened afterwards was actually what the more interesting thing. So that incident led to one of the biggest boycotts in the United States of America, right? The blacks decided to boycott the um, that service using that means of transport, and it was a very very big thing. Now the question is not, oh, they did this. The question is, how is it possible? Who is this person? Rosa Parks is not, she didn't hold a formal authority, right? And of course, there was no social media then, so she was not a celebrity. She didn't have hundreds of thousands of followers. So how is she able to command such respect and such interest from people? And what Charles Duhigg pointed out in his book, The Power of Habits, was that she she has the ability to form weak links, or she has formed weak links with different sets of people. Now, what are weak links? Weak links are those tiny interactions, those individuals that they're not really your friends, that you don't talk to them often, but you've interacted with them a few times. And so she had friends in a religious circle. She had friends in a place of study. She had friends in a place of work. She had people like that. And now you don't necessarily have to form good friendships, like people you talk to every day with these people. There are people you say Teslim to, there are people you interact with. You hey, how are you? And you wait to actually hear the answer. Not that Salam alaikum when you're running away, right? So those are weak links. And because of the power of Rosa Parks' weak links, she was not the first person that would go through that form of racism. But it happened during a time and the matter escalated, right? So let's go to the next slide. Now let's look at the ultimate example, yeah? The ultimate example is Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And Halima, you can move to the next slide. Thank you. So the ultimate example is Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And what you would see in the story of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this is before he became a prophet, right? So I don't want us to start saying, oh, well, that was prophet. You can't use that as an example. And that is a very, very wrong mindset we have in our religion. Whenever people bring prophets as example, we say that, oh no, it was a prophet and we are just normal humans. Then what's the point of Allah giving us their examples in the Quran if we're all just gonna boycott using their lessons that way? So Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam became the prophet at what age? I would like to want to drop it on the chat. So before he became a prophet, he had an entire life with the people of Makkah, right, with the Quraysh, with age 40. Thank you very much, Adibola. At age 40, he had an entire lifetime with people of Makkah. And what transpired? That's the question we should ask. What transpired within these 40 years of his life? Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was known for two major things. Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was known as a Sadiq, and he was given these nicknames actually. He was known as a Sadiq. A Sadiq is the truthful one, and he was also known as Al Amin. This is one of the reasons I'm very proud of my name, by the way. It's a big flex. He was known as a Sadiq, and he was known as Al Amin. A Sadiq means the one who is truthful, and Al Amin means the trustworthy one, right? The one who is trustworthy, who you can trust. And I want you to imagine how upright and how truthful and how trustworthy somebody has to be for you to be given these nicknames, right? It means that this person has so much demonstrated. There are people that will tell you, there's Sahaba that will say that the Makkans, that would non-believing Makkans now, that said that they've never heard him tell a lie. They've never heard him tell a lie. And that is the height of his character. Now, why am I telling you about character? I thought we were talking about uh, connecting with people and building a network. I'm telling you about character because there is nothing that builds network faster than the strength of your character. People are attracted not just to the words you say. That is superficial. They will get easily distracted from you after a while. Right? Your words can bring them in for a few times, but they begin to sense the truth after a while. But it is the truth of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's character that drew people to him, right? And over the years, he was able to build this so much so that even non-believers would testify that this man is not a liar. This man is not a liar, and right. So that is the recipe for actually building connections. Anima, can we move to the next slide? So, when you ask yourself a question, who's your network? Right? Who are the people within your circle? What answer comes to your mind? If you can only mention your close friends, then that's not enough, because your close friends are not the only ones that would be able to support you. That support is going to end from your close friends, right? So there's a need for you to be able to build a network that goes beyond your close friends, just your close friends. How do you do this? Again, we already spoke about the truthfulness and your values. You emit your values, not just by talking, not just by doing things. It's just a natural emission. It's like radiation, right? It radiates from you. So building your value very, very strongly. And also being a good person. What does that mean? One of the things Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam told us that's part of the goodness of a person in Islam is that you greet those who you know and those who you do not know, right? And so greet people, say salam alaikum, and don't just say salam alaikum like on the past. I mentioned this earlier. No, say salam alaikum, and you're gone. Say salam alaikum, how are you doing? And actually wait to hear the answer to this question. So in that way, your network becomes even greater, right? Let's move to the next slide. And when you understand this, you understand that there are three things you want to build network for. I want to build network for my religion. Uh, why is that important? Because in interacting with people, I'm able to gain a lot of rewards, right? So if I'm interacting with people and I'm being truthful to them, as the last speaker told us, everything you do as a Muslim, you have opportunities to gain reward from it. And so the more people I interact with, the more goodness I'm able to show with them. Allah says, وَقُولُوا قَوْلًا سَدِيدًا. The more I'm able to, what that means is speak in an upright manner. The more I'm interacting with people and I'm speaking in an upright manner, I'm getting more reward for Allah. I need the networks for my career. It's shown that actually a large portion of jobs are actually gotten by direct connections, by referrals, and not job posting. So you being good is not enough. You need to know people that would mention your name in places that matter, and also your personal life, right? You need to have a set of people that you're able to go to when things are not going well, and there are going to be times where things do not go well, right? So these are the three goals we need. Alima, kindly, let's move to the next slide. Yeah. So I would just, I think this is the final point on the slide. Looking at how do you use your socials? When I say socials, I mean social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp. How do you use your socials? I mean, the idea of social media is for you to be able to build your social network, but the opposite is the case today, right? Social media now keeps us far away from ourselves, and it's supposed to bring us closer. So how do you use it to bring yourself closer? It's a massive network, guys. What you're able to do with social media, it's just massive. You're able to connect with people beyond your primary circle. You're able to send messages to people. You're able to send voice notes. You can call someone very easily. But that's just one side. The side that I actually want to focus on is you being the creator. There's a lot of creation on social media, and there are many more consumers than producers. But the thing is, the things that we're consuming are not things that are necessarily good for us. And so one way to build your network, to build a social index, is to be the builder, to be the producer. Write your own articles, write your own threads, write your own social media posts, make your own educative videos. There's a lot of nonsense videos out there, right? And so when you're in the position of a creator, you're able to really drive uh, how how things move, and you attract the right people to yourself. Halima, next slide. You're able to attract the right people to yourself, and that's the that's the fruit of it, guys. That's the really important aspect of it. Being able to bring in the good people, and these things happen without you even knowing it. Before you know it, you're walking on the street, and someone is saying, "Salam alaikum." Oh, thank you for
Hmm.
to bless you,
I
make it
think it's
easy for you.
okay.
I mean, now, yeah.
Thank
Jazakumullah
you.
khairan. Assalamu alaikum.
Bye, Sam. Thank you so much. Please let's appreciate Mr. Alamin sending reactions. We'll be moving to the next presentation immediately. Mrs. Muhammad, Mrs. Azizat Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum, ma.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Thank you, ma. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Halima. Kindly note that you have taken away 3 minutes, 48 seconds from my time. Okay. I'm doing mine in a bit of a different style. So if you would all indulge me, kindly turn on your videos. I hope you know this session is about building confidence and self-esteem. My name is Aziza Mohammed. I would like each and every one of you to turn on and bomb shots here. If you are decently presentable, kindly turn on your video. If you are not, in the chat box, let me know how you feel today. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. If you're feeling awesome, just put it out there, put it out there. I would like to see how you're feeling at the moment. I want to feel your tempo. I need to know how to move. If we're doing cool and calm and fizzy, or if we're going, hey, all right, send in a boom. I can't see your chat here. My session is going to be a lot more interactive. I'm not sharing any slides. So, wow. All right. So let's go. Okay. I'm yet to see your messages. Someone says they're doing lovely. Alhamdulillah. I want to see more. I want to see how you're doing. Arafat. Who is Arafat Mohammed? Arafat, let me tell you about Arafat. Arafat's my baby brother. And that's like my number one party. So Arafat, are you Arafat girl or Arafat boy? I can't see all your beautiful and handsome faces. Oh, okay, so let's do this. If you're a lady, type pink. If you're a man, type blue. If you're a lady, type pink. If you're a man, type blue. Maybe that's easier. Aha. I said it. I know them. Arafat, male blue. Okay, Arafat, you need to meet my own Arafat. This is the first time I know you are an Arafat Mohammed. Awesome. Blue, 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 pink, 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 blue, pink. Oh, awesome. MashaAllah. All right. All right. Nice. Okay, so to get into today's topic, firstly, I will tell you what leads to the death of self-confidence and self-esteem. And it's quite funny that you are in that stage now, and I'm sure that is why this is one of the things that we are discussing today. So firstly, there is something called inferiority complex. And inferiority complex, it affects everybody. Everyone who has passed through their teenage years has experienced what is called inferiority complex. Except you were not born a teenager and you were born in your 20s. Everybody has it. Everyone has experienced in one manner and the other. And I'll tell you why this happens to us. So we have complexes about different things and everything. I'll tell you my own. When I was much younger, it was so crazy. I had a complex about my eyes simply because my aunt used to insult me and say, see your big eyes. Hey. So when I started wearing glasses, then at that time, we didn't have photochrome. So I would go for dark shades so that people will not see my eyes. I know how big the eyes are. And then one funny thing happened. You know how you always have this crush? Everybody has a crush, forget that thing, except your hormones are not working as a teenager, right? So the crush I had one day had a crush back on me. And, the guy walks up to me and then he says, oh, guess what? I really love your eyes. I was like, what? The same eyes that I think is the worst thing about me, and somebody is tripping for that. And, that was a game changer for me. So this is what happens, right? When you have that complex, and it happens because of what we call your teenage hormones. Now, for every individual, between the ages of 10 to 13, you hit your puberty. And when you do that, certain hormones are released in your body and you become self-aware. It is that self-awareness that gives you a sort of a complex, which now affects your confidence and your self-esteem. Now, these hormones I mean, all the changes in your body. If you're a lady, all of a sudden you now have boobs. The way you used to run around before, you can't. Mommy, daddy, everybody say, don't you know your age? As big as you are, even you, they don't even need to tell you. You start being so conscious. If you used to play with the boys in your class and the boys in your house and the boys in your streets and your neighbors, you won't do that anymore. In your mind, your body is already telling you you are a woman. So automatically you become self-conscious. Also, as that is happening, puberty is setting in, menstruation is coming, you're having these mood swings you cannot understand. Mind you, the boys are also having theirs. There is this broad chest, the voice deepens, all the pubic hairs are coming out. If care is not taken and you're not the lucky type, in fact, it happens to everybody. The body odors come. And so if you do not know how to maintain yourself at that point in time, you become horribly self-conscious and you think everybody can smell that about you. I see somebody closing their face and some people feel laughing. Yes, it is absolutely true. And we all go through it, except you're not human. Then come and tell me the planet you have come from, right? But this is exactly what happens to you. Your estrogen, your testosterone, they are coming up, they are playing all these kind of pranks in your head and in your mind. But guess what? I'm going to also now tell you what self-confidence isn't, what self-esteem isn't, and then we now go to my 5 takeaway strategies. And that's why I wanted your videos on. I need you to focus. I need you to listen to me while I'm talking. So, firstly, self-confidence and self-esteem is not financial status. So it doesn't matter about how much you have or how much your parents have, because right now, none of you have money, man. It doesn't matter on how much your parents have, the school you go to, whether you go to a private school or you go to Paris and you go to London for holidays, has absolutely nothing to do with that. That is not self-esteem. Self-esteem is not rudeness and is not sassiness, that you can come up and talk to anybody anyhow and you think it is social media. No, even where you can throw your opinions without decorum over social media, which you shouldn't in any case. There, when you show up in person, self-esteem and self-confidence isn't when you can talk back to people and twist your head and roll your eyes. No, that's not self-confidence and self-esteem. That's being blatantly rude. Having said this, now what is self-confidence? What is self-esteem? It is nothing but, that mental appreciation of who you are as a person. Remember, I'm saying this. I didn't say people's opinions of you, how many likes you get, and how many hashtags, and how many reposts of your posts on social media. No. Self-confidence and self-esteem is your mental perception of who you are. So it means that, how do you view yourself? What have you got in there? If I said today, Abdulgafar Ariago, describe who you are. Who are you? Tell me who you are. Abdulgafar, I can see you took your video off. I can still see your name. You're there. Don't worry. If I say, tell me who you are, without telling me whether you are rich, without telling me whether you're outside Yoruba, Igbo, without telling me whether you came first or second or last in your class or how many A's you got, who are you? If every title, tribalism, everything has been stripped off, who are you? Who is Kodria? Who is Arafa? Who is Abdulgafar? Who is Halima? Who is Aziza? Who are you? How can you describe yourself? I think if you begin to think of yourself in this way and you're able to get verbs and adjectives to qualify yourself, to describe yourself, you're beginning to understand who you are. If you're not able to do that, if the first thing they ask you, who are you? And you say, oh, I'm a graduate, or I had 6 A's, or I'm an undergraduate, I just got it. No, who are you? It's different from what you are. So I think when we start to think of ourselves in that light, it helps us to start building the right mental blocks about our self-confidence and our self-esteem. I say this because now I'll quickly go to the 5 strategies. First and foremost, you must protect your space, that inner circle of yours, your peers and your friends, and your feeds, your social media feeds. Social media is not a bad thing, but if you do not protect that space of yours, I will tell you what will happen to you. Exactly 3 weeks ago, I buried my brother, right? And here I am today. If I didn't tell you that, all smiling, nobody would know that I'm probably grieving. But why? Because the things, your tomorrow starts from your yesterday. You know, what you feed your mind in with is exactly what's going to be your output. Whether you're having a good day, whether you're having a bad day, whether you're grieving, whatever you have fed yourself with is going to be your output tomorrow. You can't give what you don't have. And how do you do that? Protect your space. Be jealous about it. If you're watching a movie and they start showing gay, sexual scenes, clear it off. It's going into your subconscious and is laying foundation for something tomorrow. If you're watching something and it's becoming too negative, I don't need to tell you. But if you put that bar for yourself, you're able to filter what it is you take in. When it happens, you just know it. Oh, this movie is not for me. No, this social media is not for me. In any case, all my life, I've never had a social media account. It doesn't detract anything from you. It doesn't. So you need to protect the people you keep as friends because life is like a pendulum. It goes up, it goes down, goes up, it goes down. And then whatever it is, at your lowest moments, you're going to have either the friends that you have or those things you have read to actually protect you at that point in time or bring you further down. Secondly, don't chase glamour. Please, there's nothing like quick riches. Point number 2, don't chase glamour. All this quick money, AI can make you a millionaire. You know how to make money fast. Don't chase glamour, don't chase money, don't chase riches. They will chase you once you build yourself. That I can almost guarantee you. In fact, I can guarantee you 100%. Build yourself and success will follow you, wealth will follow you. Thirdly, and I think this is one of the most important things that you Gen Z people are actually, I don't know how to put this. In our time, it was such a big deal. Find a mentor. AI can tell you what. AI cannot show you how. AI cannot understand where you're coming from, no matter how much prompts you feed in. AI is garbage in and almost garbage out. Find a mentor you can discuss with, you can tell your problems to. Find a mentor that you admire. Somebody that can moderate what you do, someone that can monitor you, someone that can be a model who you want to be like. AI cannot do that for you. And I think that's one critical step. Fourthly, you have so much energy at the moment. If you're not using it for something positive, you're going to use it for something negative. So please do something with your time, something worthwhile. Be of service to humanity. Find a community service, do something that you can dedicate to, that you can give of yourself. Because as you build the world, you're automatically building yourself, and that helps you to build your confidence. You walk around the world like, oh, today I know Allah is happy with me. I went to the masjid, I swept the masjid, I did this. When you give, it actually automatically builds you. And finally, dua and tawakkul. No matter what it is you're going through, no matter how much you think that this is something I cannot tell another soul, rely on Allah, pray to Him about it. If you have to wake up for tahajjud, wake up for tahajjud. If you feel that your hormones are pushing you so much, you feel like the temptation of zina and all kind of fitna in the dunya, rely on Allah with your dua. Fast, read the Quran, pray, and inshallah, Allah will guide you. I think with these few points of mine, if you're able to build on those, you'll be able to have a healthy self-confidence and healthy self-esteem, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Ma, for your time. Please, can we appreciate her in the chat box and also send your reactions? The next speaker is here, so we won't waste time. We're going to start now. So sir, I've made you a co-host already, so you can share your screen. You can all turn off your cameras.
Yes, please. Please turn off your cameras.
Sorry, sir, before you start, okay, I don't think I'm just going to read out your profile before you start. So
Don't
I'm
need to
coming.
read out my profile, okay?
Oh, okay.
Let me
Okay, no,
just
okay.
introduce myself.
Okay, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And why did you request that they turn off their cameras if they want to leave it on, except you don't find it, it's okay to see their faces while I speak, but Assalamu alaikum. Everyone on the call can call me Mentomo. Sister Aziza has done a very fantastic job in the little time shared. I assure you it was a master class. And I really, really want you all to reflect on all the things she has said, because I would also be leaning on some of the conversations she has mentioned to you all. So because of time, I won't be able to use icebreakers, and but I think we should just drop on the chat box an emoji of how we are feeling currently. I think that would just to drop in the chat box an emoji of how you are feeling currently. Hello, good. Oh, cool. Mubarak is smiling. Adebola, Badri. Everybody is just smiling and giving me love and vibes. That's a very good one. I've not seen it. Okay. TeenHaus, you're blowing kata, keep blowing the kata, eh? Fatia, what are you thinking about? Somebody wants to sleep. Oh, hey, not on my call. Not on my call. Not on my call. Farhana, imagine the name of my daughter. She wants to sleep. Please giving us the caution sign. Duni, you're giving us the caution sign. Zainab, thank you, Jerry. All right. In the next 5 to 6 minutes, I want to speak to you all on something that I know you must have been struggling with. And you see, I want to assume everyone on this call is between the ages of uh, 15 and 18, thereabouts, which is what we call late adolescence. Okay, it means you are transiting into young adulthood. And at the same time, most of you would be in senior secondary classes, and you are already taking up responsibilities in the school and even at home. Now, to my topic, balancing freedom with responsibility. You see, the difference between the phase you are in at now and where you're going to is that right now, you're still in controlled environments, okay? In the family, there's a control. There are things you can't do right now because there are rules and regulations in the home. There are things you can't also do in the school if you're in a secondary school because there are rules and regulations, okay? Now, when you leave secondary school and you are transiting into the university, you start to have an higher level of freedom. Nobody is going to wake you up to go to class. Nobody is going to tell you your lecture is at 7 a.m. Nobody is going to cook for you. You have to cook for yourself. You run your hygiene yourself. If you are the one that wears boxers 3 times a week, nobody's going to check whether your boxers is neat or dirty until you probably start scratching your balls. Then we know that something is wrong with you. As a lady too, nobody's going to check on you on your hygiene. So all those things would happen. And then because this is adolescence, it's a stage of you trying to exert your independence. You start having your own pocket money. You start deciding when you want to buy certain things, what you want to do with your time, and the kind of people you want to relate with. Nobody's monitoring you. No matter how much guardian or school mentor you have, you still have larger time to decide what you want to do for yourself. And because of this, it comes with a lot of responsibility. Okay? And then that takes me to my second slide, to saying that when you are given that freedom, it is exciting, because for a lot of us, there are things we want to do now that we can't do because we are at home. But we see some of our friends doing it because their kind of homes, especially those that are non-Muslims, their kind of homes are very, very laissez-faire. Their kind of homes allow for a lot of things that you feel you want to do. But because your parents understand that as Muslims, we have ideals. Islam is the way of life. And they are telling you, don't do this, don't do that. You see, what I want you to understand is, for every time you want to make a decision, you ask yourself that fundamental question. If I take this decision and it is published on social media, or it is published on newspaper, in a newspaper, or it is said in front of the family, would I be proud of it? That should always come to your mind. If it's something you know you won't be proud of, you have to stay away from it, because for every choice you make moving forward, there is going to be a consequence. Now, you're moving from a stage of independence, meaning you're trying to take care of yourself. You want your space. You don't want mommy in your room. You want to be able to do things by yourself. You want to know when you are sleeping by yourself at the time you want to sleep. You're watching movies till 12, 1, 2, 3. You're not being able to wake up early for solar. When you get to school, nobody's going to ask you to wake up for solar. But if you build the right culture now, it's going to be easy when you get to school for you to wake up for solar. Then when you build the right sets of disciplined culture too now, when you get to school, no matter how much the peer influence, no matter the kind of roommates you have, your bunkies, your roomies, or even the kind of hostel you find yourself in, there'll still be that thing from inside of you that will be guiding you to making the right decisions. And you won't feel less of yourself. You won't feel left out. If they are going to parties and it's an overnight party, you won't feel left out if you say, no, I'm not going for that party, because you know the risk or consequences associated with it. So you have to start asking yourself the questions. What are the things that I'm doing now that are not good things, that are not good habits, that are not good character, that I need to work on, so that by the time I'm by myself, I'll be able to manage myself. I will be able to manage myself. And if you remember, many of us watched the Spider-Man Homecoming movie. You remember that when Spider-Man it was about the time he was leaving school and he was moving into college, was when he realized he had superpowers. Everyone on the call has a unique potential. Some of you can read the Quran beautifully. Some of you can, draw. Some of you have talents with public speaking. Some of you are good in managing resources. Whatever the talent you have, realize that you are a superman or superwoman in your own light. And that means that whatever that responsibility is, you have to guard it, because it's Allah's gift to you. Okay? So because how you use it will determine how your life will turn out to be. Okay? So yes, you are on your own, you have your room to yourself, nobody's watching you, nobody's calling you to say, where are you and how? That is when you must start making the right decisions. I hope you all are following me. If you're following me, please type following in the chat box. That is when you start to make the right decisions. And you see, Spider-Man didn't realize that initially he thought it was just about his power or about the skill he had. Oh, I'm good at this. Oh, I can do this. But he later realized that he needed to learn from, what's this guy's name? Peter Parker needed to learn from Iron Man, or who was it? I can't remember the name of who the mentor was then, who taught him how to defeat that enemy, the villain in the movie. I can't pick their names now, but it's been a while I watched Spider-Man. But if you remember Spider-Man well, you realize that Peter Parker had a lot of trial and errors, and he was growing with those experiences. But because he had good guidance, he was able to make lesser mistakes. So when you are leaving the home environment, you don't think your parents are not important to you again. Don't think that your guardians are not important to you. Your elder brothers and siblings are not important. This is the time you need them the more. This is the time when you start making decisions and you need them the more in your lives. So it's important that you understand that even when you're outside the home, you respect the presence of your parents and those that you revere, those that you respect, those that you think are people that are role models to you, healthy role models to you. The second thing I want to talk about is that, you see, like I said, you're moving from a stage of independence to interdependence. This is the time when you start having relationships. And Sister Aziza has said a lot around your crushes, your feelings, and your self-esteem, and how you actually have to manage your relationships. If you remember Harry Potter, Harry Potter had 7 series or 8 series. But if you look at everything about Harry Potter in his movies, for those who have watched Harry Potter or read the novels, you realize that the kind of friends he had around him actually helped him build his self-identity. Even when he didn't know he had so much potentials and gifts, the kind of friends he had around him. So you have to surround yourself with people with the same ideals. Muslims that have the right culture, Muslims that would help you remember when you have not made your salah, that would help you remember the kind of dresses you should wear, that would help you remember the kind of food you want to eat or the kind of places you want to go to, So you have to be in the company of Muslims so that you'll be conscious enough not to deviate from those paths. So it means that you have to manage your relationships. So, earlier I said to you that you have to be able to manage yourself, which speaks to your autonomy, okay? You have to understand yourself. Now I'm talking about the fact that your relationships are important at this stage also. If you build healthy, meaningful connections like Harry Potter had with Ron and the rest, and all those people he had around him, Mitchell and Hall, you would be able to navigate your struggles. It's called peer support. You would be able to feel not alone. And in these days of mental health and isolation and loneliness, when you have good friends, they'll be able to actually help you when you are struggling. Then you won't feel left alone. So you have to choose very well and manage your time as appropriate. So the last thing I want you to understand is that you need to stop acting on your impulses. Sister Aziza has also spoken to that. Your hormones would want to rage. You would want to experiment, especially for all those things you've watched in the movies, the things you've seen some other people do or hear, or even you've even been exposed to. You might want to say, yes, I'm in university now and I want to try out some things myself. You have to be careful that there are consequences for things you do that are not healthy. And always remember, Allah is watching you if nobody is watching. Allah is what? Watching you if nobody is watching. And the one thing you must understand again is this. When you make mistakes that are very, very consequential, that negatively has impacted your life, it's going to make you feel bad about the situation. Anything you've done that you feel bad about, if you reflect on it, it makes you feel some sense of shame or guilt. And in that way, you might start to withdraw if you do not get the right help. So if you are currently going through some negative experiences right now, and you currently cannot even help yourself, or you are scared about what your university life would be, you should speak out to those you trust. Reach out to a coach like Sister Aziza, reach out to your parents, reach out to those you trust with your information, okay? And then once you share it, you will find out that it might not be as big as you think it is, and then you get the right path to moving forward. So you need discipline. It's very, very important. You need discipline. So you need to manage your relationships very well too. You don't need to date at the very least at this time. You need to first build yourself, build your competence. It's when you actually build yourself and you have stuff that you attract the right person in your life. And I can assure you, no matter how much anybody tells you anything, the people you are dating right now, they can't, most likely, you cannot marry any of them. You cannot what? Marry any of them. So I'm saying to you that you are just you're just learning how to manage your relationships, okay? You're just learning how to manage your relationships. The people that you're dating right now, you're just learning how to manage your relationships, and it's not as if it's going to lead to marriage. So you should You should learn to manage your relationships right now. Build healthy friendships. Have people you can run projects with. Have people you can actually, share values with, share ideas with. And the more you understand yourself, the more you know what you want in a man, the more you know what you want in opposite sex. Let me put it that way. And the more you know those that are there to support you when you bounce back. You have to also go and watch this movie, The Pursuit of Happiness. Is by Will Smith. Okay. Will Smith struggled trying to understand himself, finding balance with life and his career. And it was a very, very important movie to my life personally, because it showed that no matter how negative outcomes, no matter how much failures you experience in life, you can always, always still make the best out of it. And we have examples even amongst the Sahabas. Look at even our noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Look at how much struggle he went through, and look at how much value he has added to the Ummah. Not even the Ummah, to the entire world. Okay? So you want to ask yourself, as you continue to grow into adulthood, what is it that you want to be known for? So as a takeaway for this call down, I want to ask you, and I want you to type in the chat box, which of these areas will you focus on right now moving forward? Is it about self-discipline? Is it about learning to manage your relationships? Is it about self-identity? Some of you currently do not even have good relationships with your parents or with your siblings or with even the people around your neighborhood. How would you now learn to build relationships when you are in the school? Some of you currently you're not proud of who you are. You do not like your body, you do not like yourself, you don't like your height, you don't like how you talk, you don't like probably how you write or something. You have to accept yourself for who you are and learn to be better. Some of you have very naughty habits. You wake up late, you don't eat right, you have very, very lazy attitudes. That's around discipline. So I'm asking you to type in the chat box now. Is it discipline you want to work on? Is it your relationships, or is it your self-identity? Self-identity. MashaAllah. 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 Good. Good. So I think at this time now, I hope I've been able to, okay, self-discipline. MashaAllah. Relationship. MashaAllah. 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 I would probably do a document that I would share afterwards in this context, okay? Thank you all for having me at this time. I want to yield the floor to the moderator to actually take over. Thank you all and have a wonderful day ahead. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so without wasting time, Sister Faida, I think you're still on the call.
Yes.
Assalamu
Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh to everybody. Let me even put my camera on. Let me see. There we go. Shall I start now or?
Yes, you can start now.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So my name is Faida. I'm an apprentice at BT. So I don't know if they've done my introduction before. I don't think so. But I'm studying digital technology solutions as a degree apprentice, which means obviously I study at uni and I work a part-time job. So both of them I don't have to, pay and go to university. That's all paid for with my work. So today I want to share some thoughts on what self-discipline is, why it matters, and how you can build it as you transition into adulthood. Especially with me coming out of when I came into this role that I'm in now, my degree apprenticeship, I started when I was 18. So trust me when I say I know that transition from being a child and everything into having to like all that responsibility on yourself, you having to take accountability for all the actions that you do was definitely a long process and journey for me. So I'll just talk a bit about that and then we can go into kind of like questions and answers. I'm not going to really take up too much of everybody's time. But yeah, so it was definitely a long journey for me, especially coming out of like 18 years old. And now I don't live with my parents. I live with my aunt, luckily, back in Birmingham. So I don't live in London anymore. But I've had to leave all my normal life and having my mom take care of me in London to basically doing all that myself, even though I have my aunt here.
But what is self-discipline? That's what I want to talk about. So self-discipline is the ability to control your actions, emotions, and like habits to stay focused on your goal. So everybody should have or be looking at towards a goal that they want for their future in life. Know that what you're doing now will affect everything that you're doing to get to that goal. So it's not about being perfect or like never making mistakes, because in this life you're always going to make mistakes. It's about learning about from those mistakes and being consistent and picking yourself back up. That's like part of your resilience. So a simple way to think about it is your self-discipline is doing what needs to be done even when you don't feel like doing it. I know you're all in school, when you have exams and everything, your goal is your exams. Your goal is to do well in your exams, right? So even when you don't want to revise, you have the before process is revising so that you learn everything you need to learn to make sure you get those marks for your exam in school. So self-discipline is basically like that. If you do not revise and your goal is to do well in your exam that's coming up, and you don't hold yourself accountable for that revision that you want to do or anything, don't expect the scores that you think you're going to get unless you're just, book smart and you don't need to do any learning. But I know half of us, we need to do that learning and revision before you get to that exam, or else just forget it. But self-discipline is basically like that. And in my apprenticeship, there are times where, because I don't live by myself, but there's no, like, my mom isn't here, my dad isn't here to basically be on my back about working or even getting up in time for work. I have to do all this by myself. So there are times that, because I'm working a whole 9 to 5 job, I don't want to get up for work. There's times I'd rather relax, or I just want to stay at home instead of getting up and going to work like every single day, Monday to Friday. I don't want to do it. But I've learned that showing up for myself today later pays off for the future, because everybody in this workplace, my workplace is about 17 floors and we have millions of people in the office, and they're not all specifically watching me, but what I do in my day to day, there's eyes on me, if you get what I mean. So what they see and all the hard work that I put on now today, when I finish my apprenticeship, when I get my degree and everything, inshallah next year, all of those things that I've done before, they would remember and think about and take into account that, oh, this girl, she works hard, she's always shows up when I don't have to show up. Like, I could just stay at home, because technically I'm an apprentice. I don't have to, like, I'm not a full employee. They're not expecting so much as they are of somebody that they're employed full time. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't do my best, or I shouldn't do what I need to do for what I want in my future, which is to stay in this company and earn the money that I'm earning now, which alhamdulillah is very good, especially for the age I'm in now, and to continue working very hard and put that effort in. So if I don't show up for myself today, then all of that stuff that I'm thinking that I want for my future, how I want to live my life in, like, the expensive life that I want to live, is not going to mean anything, right? So yeah, as teenagers moving into adulthood, you're gaining more independence, but with more independence and freedom, I know you all want to go out, you all want to kind of take the reins and be like, oh, you finally, like, nobody's watching you again. It comes more responsibility. So self-discipline to us, it helps you balance the two. Oh, 10 more minutes, thank you. So yeah, as I said, like, in my workplace, there's loads of people, and some people are like 10 years older than me and everything. And when I have this self-discipline, it's taken a long time to get to where I am now, my consistency and everything, especially like with waking up and just doing things myself, because I've been here for 4 years now. And let me tell you, when I first started, it was not like how I am now. But once you realize you do it, people actually respect those who are consistent and reliable, whether that's like your teachers or like me, your employers, your family, your friends. If you're consistent and people know that they can rely on you, you're more open to like opportunities, and like you know more of what you're doing in the sense of where you are now. Think about, as I said, think about that goal, think about that future that you want, picture it in your head, all right, and be consistent with how you want to get there. Don't just start it and then leave it because you're frustrated or you're tired. Because I'm not going to tell you it's going to be easy, because it's not going to be easy from now to whatever goal it is that you want to get. If things were easy, everybody will be doing it. That's what you have to remember. And it's not going to be an easy journey as well, especially with all the different obstacles of life in itself. It's just hard to even get through. So there's that. What was that I want to say? There's one more thing that I want to try to say, which is I already said is not to try and change everything all at once. It would definitely take time. Yeah, when I first started working, as I said, it was not easy. Like I realized if I didn't plan my day from when like how my week will go, it I'll just end up wasting time. Like I don't know if any of you are in sixth form, you have something called free periods. If I didn't plan that, oh, this hour I'll study this and then I'll take a 30-minute break, then this hour I'll study this. That whole entire 3 hour, 3 period, I will do absolutely nothing. And when I came into this workplace, I said to myself that is something I'm not going to do. So having a routine that I've realized, like I literally have my calendars planned out day by day, Monday to Friday. I know exactly what I'm doing, what I'm going to be working on. It makes it easier. It doesn't make it easier to do, it makes it easier to be consistent. Like I wake up 5 a.m. to go gym every morning before I even get into work, and work doesn't start until 9 a.m. So for me to even get to that, me waking up at 5 a.m. every day is a process. Though I'll start, at first I started for like 2 days of the week because now I go 3 to 4 days a week. I started off small first, and don't. So that's what I'm saying when I say don't start everything all at once. You take it steps by step. Take it as baby steps because at least you're doing something. It's not that oh you're not doing anything at all. You take the baby steps first before you now say oh I want to now do it every single day. But yeah, so don't give up. Everyone makes mistakes. The key is the resilience and the bouncing back. Yeah, so self-discipline doesn't mean that you would like never have fun. I know everybody wants to go out and everything. It just means knowing when to focus, when to relax, and having that balance between the two. So I want to quickly open it up to questions before I continue rambling on because I can keep talking. Because I know I said I only have 10 minutes, wasn't it? 27, yeah. If anybody has any questions about my journey or how I managed my time, even how I even got here from 18 to 21 now. Is that a message in the chat? I don't know if I can see the chat or if there's any questions.
Does anyone have a question? You can drop it in the chat box.
How did you locate mentors in an unfamiliar area? I guess you're talking about my work. So when I came into work as an apprentice, they assign you a mentor. Now, not all mentors are the best. There's some that don't really care, and they're just doing it for the fact that when like, obviously they move on or get promoted, they can say, oh, I've mentored somebody. Those ones we don't want. It's more finding, like it's networking. I don't know if you've heard about networking, which is where obviously you talk to people around your business or like where you are. And for me, it's more finding that connection first before I now ask somebody to be my mentor. So it is very much going out of your comfort zone. Luckily for me, I'm very extroverted. So I don't mind going up to somebody and just asking what they do, just have a normal conversation first before I ask them, oh, like to be my mentor. So it's first finding that relationship with somebody that you feel comfortable with. And it does mean going out of your comfort zone to even talk to somebody in the first place, especially if you're an introvert. And it is scary, but if you don't think about like the scary part of, oh, like I have to actually go talk to some random person, think about the benefit it will have in the future, because you'll really thank yourself for doing that. And it's just having a small conversation. And if you're lucky to work in a environment that I work in, everyone is really open to having a conversation. And even if you don't want to physically go up to somebody, I'm sure wherever you all end up, inshallah, in the future, they have Teams, they have Microsoft Teams. You can type somebody's name and just ask, can I have a 5-minute conversation with you? Can I have a 10-minute conversation with you? Can we go grab coffee? And more times than none, they'll all say yes. Oh, 5 more minutes. But yeah, how do you motivate yourself on days when you're feeling consistent? Allah. I think about the money. So no, honestly, when I don't feel like getting out, I think of how my mum put in all the effort to actually get me to where I am today, because it was not an easy journey. It was not at all. It took a lot of effort, which I don't want to just kind of throw away. And if I also think about where I want to be, which for me is to continue being in this company, for me to do that, I need to get certain certifications. I need to do certain things to get to that point. I can't just magically get to that point. So if I think about basically my future and how I want it to look and the way I'm picturing it, then I know exactly what I'm doing. Then I'm just like, okay, fine, Father, you have to get up. You have to do what you need to do. Just get through today. Then tomorrow, I look towards the weekends the most. I'm like, thank God, I can just sleep on the weekend because I'm working Monday to Friday and I work really hard. How did you know they were the right mentor? When they actually care about you. One, I feel like it's something you can tell with the way they talk and the way they are with you, but also when they actually make the effort to continue having conversations with you. Let's say I put in a meeting today, they want to now continue to have our conversation or catch up next week, and they want to make it a consistent thing where they're doing it weekly. But me saying this is more like when you're in that position, you'll be able to tell. You'll be able to know that, oh, this person really cares about what I'm going through and like the help that I need, and because they're going out their way to either find opportunities for you, or they're going out their way to get somebody else to talk to you. Because let's say I'm talking to somebody who's in software engineering, but what I want to go into is not software engineering, it's maybe data analytics, if this makes any sense. So my mentor is a software engineer, but he or she goes to talk to a data analytics and says, oh, FIDA is looking to get involved in a data analytics project. Can you please help her? And then they've now come back to me and said, oh, your mentor, I said this, this, and this. Like, you'll be able to tell that when somebody really cares about you. I'm very sure when you have your friends, you can tell who cares and who doesn't care. Where are you? How do you know who you can refer to as a mentor? It's more when you ask, is that person who you can go to for advice, they don't have to be in the business for a long time. They can even just be someone who's been there for like a year or 2 years, but they have experience that they want to share with you, and they want to help you get to a further part of your life or your work journey, and they just want to keep pushing you and give you any opportunities that come along. It's more like, it can even be a friend. I can even call my friend my mentor because she always advises me. But yeah, how do you battle inconsistency? Oh, how do I battle inconsistency? That's a good one, because that can creep on me any day. And especially the days when I'm sick and I don't even want to get out for the gym. Again, it's your mindset and it's literally, to me, it's all a mindset thing on how, actually, that's a lie. I pray. So we pray 5 days a week, 5 times a day. And there are times that I'm like, I cannot do this whole 9 to 5 thing. But the story I actually have is Allah is actually the one who actually got me here, because there was a time that I almost didn't get the job that I'm in now. And I remember praying to Allah saying, oh, I really want this job, 'cause I know exactly where I want to be in my life. And he actually pushed me to get to where I am. I don't know how to describe it because it was actually an experience from when you were praying. You pray for obviously what you want and where you want to be in your future. And the days that I don't want to get up or like I don't want to do what I need to do, I pray, it's been like, Allah, please guide me. Please, I need the energy to even get up and do what I need to do today. And somehow it works. And if that doesn't work, usually I call my mom. It's more about the reassurance of knowing where I want to be in my future. And if you have that strong foundation, you know exactly that what I do today is going to affect what happens tomorrow, what happens next week or in 2 weeks' time. So yeah, thank you all very much for the questions. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for having me. That's all I have for my session today.
Okay, thank you so much, Jazakumullah Karen. Please can we appreciate her in the chat box and also send your reaction. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Where's everybody? Okay. Let's start. Okay. So we'll be moving on to the next presentation, and that's Said Ramon. I've made you a co-host so you can share your screen. Yeah. No, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Let me share my screen. Can you hear me? Alima.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Can you see my screen? I was sharing my screen the other time.
Yes, I could, but I think you just like stopped sharing your screen.
Okay. We'll do that again. Okay. How about now?
Yes, I can see it. Yes, I can.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. If you can hear me, sure. Okay. I can see people showing thumbs up. All right. It's nice to be here, and I've been on the call for quite a while. I listened to some of the facilitators. At some point in time, I had to go away from my laptop because I'm currently at work. My name is Ramon Said Afarabi. A social development professional. I work around youth development and public health, and I also serve in governance. I'm a member of the Nigerian Youth Parliament, where I represent Lagos East Central District. So yeah, today we've been asked, to have a conversation, all of us about, pressure. And there are two coins to this conversation. There's the first part of pressure in terms of expectation. People expecting that you were brilliant in secondary school, you have to continue to be brilliant, or because you were top of your class in just as one, it means that you should score the highest in jam and also get a first class. There's this pressure, there's this social expectation, there's a lot of pressure in terms of how you should behave, how you should coordinate yourself. And there's also the pressure from non-external factors, that is maybe family, the social media, your friends, they want you to do something in a way to conform to their own norms and all like that. So today is just basically going to be, having that conversation from your perspective and my perspective. And so first, what what's going to, talk about it, pressure. What pressure in the real sense? I'm sure some of us might have seen this reel on Instagram where you say, uh, pressure, what pressure? I think it was a sound from one football thing, Saka, Bellingham kind of thing. So in our own way, what do we define as pressure? What does pressure mean to you? I like anyone to say something. What do you think pressure is, or what exactly is pressure? How do you feel pressured? What does pressure occur to you as anyone? There should be someone who is willing to say something at least on pressure. What do you think pressure is? Have you been pressure? Do you even think pressure is a word that exists or should be up for conversation? Is there anyone who would like to say that? Who would like to say something? We might not continue with this session if no one is willing to talk. There are about 18 or 15 of us here. No, I'd like you to use the mic. Alima, can you just raise your hand? There's a place, the reaction, you raise your hand to talk, then Alima allow one or two persons to talk. I'd like to hear voices. I could see Miriam Yusuf. Alima, can you please unmute Miriam Yusuf? I could see someone saying pressure is the expectation.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi
Wa alaikum salam. So yeah, Miriam. Oh yes.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Miriam, I can hear you.
Okay, so your question is, she said, what, okay, I'll state what you understand, like, or if you've been under pressure before, right? So, what I say is, that first, I've literally been under pressure in so many circumstances, and I'm going to talk about the one that you made mention earlier about that jam stuff.
Okay. I can't hear you again. Is it my network
So
or yours?
yeah, most of us are here. I'm still speaking. I don't know if it's
Okay, I can hear you. Continue.
I think it's our network. Arafa, I think you're also raising your hand.
Yeah, let's take
Please,
Alpha.
yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahma.
Uh, Pressure is an unwanted force that makes you or stops you from doing something.
Unwanted. Okay. I think I underline that word unwanted, force that makes you do something you don't want to do, or you are being forced to do it. Okay. Later in our conversation, we're going to like revisit this conversation. That is, sometimes is pressure truly unwanted, or no, if it's unwanted, can we need it sometimes? Is it possible that we need pressure? But thank you, Arafa. Thank you for that conversation. Not to waste our time, I'd like to share a video for us to look. Then we we'll base our premise of this conversation based on that. I'm coming in a moment.
Peer pressure. Okay, class, make sure to complete both sides, and I won't take it if your name is not on it.
Alima, can you confirm if you can see this video and you can hear the sound?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yami, do you have the answer to number 7?
I can't give you the answer. That's cheating.
Come on, all my other friends would.
Peer pressure is everywhere, and it's usually done by people who you think are your friends.
Hey, Yami, I'm having a party tonight at my house. You should totally come.
I'm not sure. I have a lot of homework and my mom will never let me go.
Just sneak out. Your parents will never know. And it's going to be the biggest party of the year. Everyone's going.
Sneak out? I've never done that before. What if I get caught?
Okay, great. See you there. Bye.
Yami is now at a crossroads. Of course she wasn't going to go, but now Richie made her feel like she has to. 90% of teens say that they've been impacted by peer pressure.
Should I really sneak out? I know all my friends are doing it, but is it really worth it? I'm very easy to persuade, so I might end up doing something I regret.
Your mom won't notice.
Yeah,
Come on, all my other friends are doing it.
Everyone's gonna be so much fun.
What did you get for number 7?
It's gonna be so
Your
much
mom
fun.
won't notice.
No, I don't want to be that type of person. Hey, Richie, I don't want to go to the party tonight. Also, I have a lot of homework and I don't want to be that type of person and sneak out.
All right. Did you all see that video? So I just need someone, just one person, quickly to give me a summary of what you saw in this video and how it relates to you. Just one person. Okay, I would call name randomly if nobody said. Fatia Awosho. Yes. Is Fatia Awosho there? Is Fatia Awosho there? Alima, can you please confirm she's there? Unmute her mic so she could speak.
Yeah. Yes.
Or Farah Anna. Are they not here?
They are here. They can unmute themselves.
Okay, so why are they not speaking? So I want to be sure I'm
Hmm.
not talking to few people.
They are not mute. Farhana replied you in the chat box. She's been on mute.
Okay, I'm saying that from the video we just watched, I'm sure everyone watched it. What did you see and how does it relate to you?
Sir.
Good. Did you watch the video we just watched?
Yes, sir.
So what did you see from the video and how does it relate to you?
Um, our friends were telling her that they were inviting her to a party. And she said she
And
could not go because she had assignments and stuff.
okay.
Then they said that she can sneak out instead. So, and she'll get back before her mom notices.
So what did you learn from that?
That the influence of people's influence can have an impact on you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So let's go. So really, the concept of that video, what we're supposed to take away from that video is our power, our ability to say no. So when you are being pressured, when you are being asked to do something that does not conform to your values, that does not align to your person and your moral etiquette, you have the power to say no. Oftentimes when I have discussion with some of my siblings and cousins, I find out sometimes some of them tell me, "Oh, I find it hard to tell my friends no. I find it hard to say no to people and not like that." So I think one of the very first lessons we must learn in our ability to be able to handle pressure, it is our ability to say no. So when somebody is asking you to do something that does not align with you, that you know that this thing is not good. However, sometimes teenagers also, now say that, "Oh, I don't know what it means to say it is good or not." Now, in Islam, we have a saying, I think it is a Quran verse, "In al halal is an hadith, in al halal bayyinu, wa in al haram bayyinu." That is, what is good, it is evident that everybody can see it, everybody knows consciously, we know that this thing is good. And what is bad too is also evident, everybody can see it. And even they just go further to say that, so even if you now have a case where you have conflicting interests, that you do not know if it's good or not, if what this thing you're about to do, you can do it openly for everybody to see, then it means that it is good. Then if what you're about to do, you don't want your mommy to know, you don't want your daddy to know, you don't want your next friend to know about it, you don't want somebody you respect to know about it, then it means that this thing is not good. So this conversation is to show us that we do know what is not good, but we are being pressured to do this thing. And the very first step to running away or staying away from this thing is our ability to say no. And what does pressure mean? It could just be someone stressing you or persuading you or making an anxious demand or expecting you to do something. Sometimes some pressure are not spoken. Nobody comes to you to tell this. For example, Apple has released iPhone 17. Now, there's an unspoken pressure that, oh, if you are using iPhone XR or something, you are outdated. Nobody is really saying it. Not even Apple that released iPhone 17 said that. But somehow it's just there that, oh, you are outdated because there's iPhone 17. Oh, you are still using iPhone 7 when there's iPhone 17. But truly, genuinely, if you look at it in retrospectively within yourself, this does not matter. However, there are a lot of pressure. There's peer pressure, there's academic pressure, there's family pressure, there's social media pressure too. You see what people do online, you also want to partake in it. However, in all of this pressure, there are three key things that it affects. As a Muslim, as a young Muslim, male or female, we must understand that there are three type of excellence that we must pursue in our life. That is our spiritual excellence, moral excellence, and academic excellence. So it is from these three key things that these pressure now stay at their back. So from your spiritual excellence, there's the social media and peer pressure that would affect your spiritual excellence. So you could have friends that when you are beside them and you want to go and pray, they tell you, and you don't have to go and pray, let's just play a little. And you have friends that because you wear the hijab or you wear the khimar, they outcast you. These are pressure that can come in. However, you need to be reinforced in your belief to be able to withstand some of this pressure. This pressure would come, they are present, they are all over you, they are surrounding you. But you must be committed that as a Muslim, you are the best of all mankind, and you are trying to achieve a kind of excellence, three type of excellence that are key to being a good Muslim and leading a good life: spiritual excellence, moral excellence, and academic excellence. Spiritual excellence is you doing what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has asked you to do, doing and staying away from what He has asked you not to do. Moral is defined by the society. However, can be tailored by your religion. So moral is defined in society. In some places, maybe like the northern, it's okay to marry your cousin. If you're a Yoruba person, that is not okay. So it doesn't mean that if a northern person is married their cousin, it is immoral. But in their own context, it is moral. So you must be able to define your moral yardstick from what the religion has asked of you and what the society asks of you, and make sure that what the society has asked of you does not antagonize what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has asked of you. Now, I'm sure every one of us might have one way or the other experienced any of this. If you have experienced any of this, please indicate in the chat box. Let me see. Maybe failing a test and your mommy or your teacher was like, I'm disappointed in you. Why would you have 5/10? Or peer pressure to do wrong. Somebody's asking you to maybe twerk online, open your cloth on TikTok, or do without the hijab. You're more beautiful when you're not wearing the hijab, or somebody tell you that wearing the kimono makes you look outdated, and also, or somebody is even asking you to abuse drugs, to smoke or something. It's likely that we've come across any of this, or somebody is even mocking you that, oh, is it you that kill? People used to say it. Is it you that killed Jesus? Or is it you that killed the prophet? Why are you being over religious? Oh, I too know, and all like that. So sometimes it comes that way. When we experience some of these things, we need to understand that as Muslims, one of the reasons why we have to be upright and why we have to do well and why we have to stay away from pressure is because that Allah itself has talked about us. That we Muslims, we are a nation that is right, that are enjoying to do what is right and forbid what is wrong. And it is important that we also understand that we would be pressured. We would be pressured. But what Allah has promised us is that regardless of the difficulty, the pressure that you will undergo through, you have been designed to withstand the exact measure of pressure or difficulties that you would come across. لا يخلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. That is, Allah will not burden you with something that you cannot bear. So this pressure that you're currently experiencing, this pressure that somebody is being abusive of your dressing, talk down about you, it is something that you can bear. Don't give in to them. Don't give in to that pressure. However, how do we truly uh, uh, how do we truly look at this concept of the pressure and how to like stay resistance towards them? One of the first thing is we need to look at is that you saw in that video when the guy, I was asking her to jump the fence and come out. Who can you talk to when stressed? You can see she was stressed. Luckily for her, she could make the decision, but sometimes you need a trusted adult to help you make a decision. A boy in your school is asking you out to be his girlfriend. you know who do you talk to about this? Is it something you want to do? Is it something you're supposed to do? Is it something you're allowed to do as Muslims? So who do you talk to? Sometimes maybe you might not be able to talk to it with your mom, but maybe you have a guardian, trusted guardian. It is important that you have three trusted people to talk to. It might be a friend that is a bit older than you. It might be a friend that is of good character. And it's also important that as we grow as teenagers, as Muslims, we continue to, strengthen the bond between our Muslim friends, our Muslim community, because we together we're a family. The Ummah is a family. Because if you are surrounded by people who have good behaviors, who are of good character, good morals like you are less likely to be negatively pressured. Now, there's a part in this slide that asks this question: can pressure be positive or negative? That is, when we talk about pressure, is it all negative? Sometimes people can be pressured to do what is right, but in a way that is a bit relaxed. That is, for example, someone failed last semester. Now you want them to do better next semester. In form of a pressure, not necessarily pressure, but more of encouragement. You can consistently be on their matter that, oh, you've not read your book today. Go and pick your book. Did you attend lesson today? Have you done this today? Have you done that today? Sometimes teenagers see this thing as pressure to that. Oh, I'm being pressured. That I want to do it at my own pace. Sometimes you really want to do it at your own pace, but sometimes you also need to be nudged to do better, to do more than you think that you can, to stretch, yourself. Sometimes you need somebody to stretch you, to show you that you can really achieve some of these key things. Now, it's also important for us to know that one of the very one one of the very important thing we must note as Muslim is that when you are being pressured to do something bad, when you are being pressured to seek wealth in an illegal way, an haram way, or to do something haram, you have to understand that truthfully, you are not in control of your existence. You are not in control of what happens to you. And there's a verse that says, وَمَا خَرَ اللَّهُ وَاللَّهُ خَيْرُ الْمَاكِرِينَ. That is, Allah is the best of all planner. So if you plan that, oh, I want to I want to pass this exam, and for me to pass this exam, I would pay for expo. That's examination malpractice. Now you would pass that exam, but it was because you've been destined to pass this exam in the first place. And only if you had trusted Allah's plan, you might have ended up passing this exam excellently. But now because you think that you are the most wise, the most smart, and you could do it yourself, you've done it the wrong way. So it is important that you understand that it is only Allah that has the power to make things happen. So if you understand this concept that for every fruit you eat, it has been destined that that fruit is yours from the time that it has been planted. So when you are being pressured, when the society is asking you to conform to the illegalities of the society, when somebody is asking you to do something you're not supposed to do, remember, always remind them that it is only Allah that make things happen. وَمَا خَيْرُ وَمَا كَرَ اللَّهُ وَاللَّهُ خَيْرُ الْمَاكِرِينَ. Do not conform to their plan. Do not associate to their plan. Allah is the best of all planners. Trust Allah. I would leave us with a personal mantra that I have. That is, I trust Allah's plan for me. I'm not behind. I am becoming who I'm meant to be. I like us to say this where we are together. That I trust Allah's plan for me. I am not behind. I am becoming who I am meant to be. So if you understand these three key things, that is, you trust Allah plan for yourself. Nobody would ask you to smoke for you to pass exam before you understand that Allah has destined you to pass this exam. Nobody would ask you to use drug, colos, or any form of hard or soft drug that can be abused. And you understand that you don't need to cheat, you don't need to lie. You can do good and still maintain your integrity because you know that Allah has a plan for you and you're not behind that plan. There is nothing like untimely in a Muslim dictionary. So when people say people died an untimely death, it does not happen to us. It does not exist in the Muslim moral book. So anything does not happen to you without Allah's plan. So if you understand that it's only Allah that bring goodness, that bring the sorrow, that brings sadness for anything you are going through in your life at the moment, you are not behind schedule. You are at where Allah, you are at the exact point Allah wants you to be. So remember this in your daily affairs. When somebody is asking you to do something bad, when somebody is asking you to do something that does not conform to to the moral, academic, and spiritual excellence, remind them that you trust Allah's plan for you. You are not behind schedule. You are not behind Allah's plan for you, and you are becoming who you are meant to be. I hope that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to guide us as He has promised in Surah Al-Fatiha. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك السلام عليكم.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and session. Sorry, can we please appreciate him in the chat box? And you can also send your reactions. Okay, the next speaker is on the call already. Do you have a slide? Brother Abdulhamid, do you have a slide?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. No, I'm not using the slide.
Oh, okay. You can start now. Thank you.
All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Tiami Abdulhamid Oluwapelumi, and it's a great privilege to be with distinguished personalities like you all in the house. I'm to speak on budgeting and financial literacy for students, and I'll be going in line with the most generally accepted principle of an economist, like the name of Sir Lionel C. Robbins. Do we have any economic students in the house? Kindly signify. Economics or commercial students in the house, just kindly signify. Nobody? Okay, moving on. So concerning Sir Lionel C. Robbins, a great economist who talked about wants, ends, Casimir's scale of preference, alternative uses, and insatiable needs of mankind. This would be a very great talk for us to fix our discussion on budgeting and financial literacy for students. Okay, I got a message from Farhana now. She said she's a student of commercial line. Alhamdulillah. Farhana, can you unmute yourself? Farhana, are you with me?
Sir? Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
assalamu alaikum. All right.
Walaikum salam. So I'm not a commercial student. I did economics.
Okay. So you must have heard of Sir Lionel C. Robbins, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you read about him and this concept of economics, what do you have to say about it? Do you have any contrary opinion or you support his school of thought?
I don't have any contrary opinion.
Okay. So let me throw a general question to the house, irrespective of your department, be it science, arts, or commercial. So if I'm to give you 10,000 naira now, I need three people to answer me. What would you use the 10,000 naira for? What are you going to buy? You can start with Fariana. Continue.
Sir?
If I give you 10,000 naira
If
now, what are you going to use the money for?
For what I need the most,
What do you need the most?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, let's create that assumption. You are giving 10,000 naira now. What do you think you are going to purchase
Okay.
first?
Sure.
A shoe. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Alima, how about you?
I'll spend part of it to buy something, maybe food.
Food.
And
Okay.
yeah.
Any other person? Any other person? Okay, moving on. Let's work with what Fariana and Alima has given to us. Fariana said she's going to purchase a shoe, while Alima is going to purchase food. Perfect. So this takes us to the differentiation between wants and need. So when we talk about needs, we are talking about those important things, sacrosanct things that we cannot do without in our daily life. We're talking about food, we're talking about shelter, we're talking about clothing. Without these things, our basic life cannot go as smooth as possible. Or is there anybody here who can survive without eating for 3 days, for example? Definitely nobody. But when we talk about want, we're talking about those things that, yes, we want them, but we definitely can do without them. So wants are those things like our phone, our shoes, our designer wears. For the guys, your PS5, your PS4. For the ladies, your jewelries. There are things, yes, you can do without them, but human being, we definitely want to get all those things to like satisfy our wants. So Sir Lionel C. Robbins was trying to emphasize on the importance of understanding the difference between these two and the usage of budgeting to clarify your financial needs on these two. So for instance, I'm sure most of you just got an admission to the university, while some are already in the university already. So for those that are already in the university, you collect the pocket money from your dad, 10,000 naira, for instance. You have numerous textbooks that you want to purchase. You have clothes issues that you are having. You need to get clothes. You have phone issue. Maybe you're using itel and you get to school, you realize that all your classmates are currently using an iPhone and the Samsung, and you are now interested in getting one for yourself as well. Now you need to now sit down and check that this 10,000 naira, obviously, let's assume, okay, don't let me use 10,000 naira to properly explain this. Let me use 300,000 naira. Your daddy is giving you 300,000 naira. You can take a paper to jot this down. Your daddy gives you 300,000 naira. You have a textbook to buy, and the textbook is 50,000 naira. You have clothes to buy. The clothes is also 50,000 naira, which is 100. You have house rent to pay for. House rent is 100,000 naira. That makes it 200. and you have a phone to buy, an iPhone XR, for example, which is 210,000 naira. So if you add this up together, the house rent, the clothing, the textbook, and your iPhone, it is going to give you the sum of 410,000 naira, and your daddy is giving you just 300,000 naira. Alima, how much deficit are we having? Alima, are you with me?
Yes, sorry, 110,000.
110,000, perfect. Oh, I got a message in the chat now by Afuku Mubarak, who stated that scale of preference, the most necessary at hand. Very, very, very perfect. I owe Afuku Mubarak a 1,000 naira airtime. So Alima, please reach out to me after the session for this. This is where I was heading to. So now that you have a total of 410,000 naira, and your daddy has given you just 300,000 naira, now you have to create a scale of preference. What is a scale of preference? A scale of preference is a creation of an hierarchy in needs and wants of an human. You have four things to purchase, but the money in hand, your budget at hand, cannot afford the four things you need to purchase. So you need to sit down, take a paper and a biro, list it out. What is the most important thing for me? Taking note of the want and need as a big case study. So if you check out the list, the number one priority you have is your clothing, which is a need. So you ensure you purchase your clothes. You also have house rent to pay, shelter. Without shelter, where would you sleep? You need to pay your house rent, which is already 150,000 naira. If you check it out again, your textbooks is so important for you as an academia. So you have to purchase your textbook, very important. So if you purchase all of this, which is already 200,000, you are going to have 100,000 left with a deficit of an extra 110,000 naira, which you are looking for to purchase your iPhone XR. Automatically, iPhone XR becomes a want. And what would you do to this want? You paint this want. What does spending mean? You leave it probably by saving the balance after paying all the necessary payments. You save the balance and wait till your daddy is able to send you another one, or probably you're able to do a minimum work in school, probably show tutorials, or if you are into a business like Halima, she's a CEO, she's making millions of naira every day on WhatsApp. So if you are able to like save up for this, then you can purchase your want later. So the key things that Lionel C. Robbins was trying to teach us is understanding our scale of preference, understanding our priority. And he also noted to us that human needs are insatiable, which means no matter what you do in life, no matter the amount you give human, they will never be satisfied. If human beings are satisfied, you won't see the likes of Elon Musk trying to make money every day, even with the fact that he's the richest man in the world. You won't see the likes of Honorable Rahman Said trying to make more progress in life, even with the fact that he's already a millionaire. So it shows that you need to continue to work to assure that you get whatever you need in life, because your needs can never be satisfied. That is what Sir Lionel C. Robbins is telling us. So we've explained what want is. We said your wants are your desires, those things that you need extra, like your phone, your PS5, your jewelries, and the like. We talked about ends. We said ends are the most like necessary things that you cannot do without. Your food, your shelter, your clothing. We talked about scarce means. What are scarce means? Yeah, your resources are never enough. Since your needs are insatiable, you can never satisfy your needs. Definitely, no matter the amount of resources you have, you shall never be satisfied. Like I said earlier, if I give you 10,000 naira, we mentioned shoe, we mentioned food. Let's assume I turn the money to 100,000 naira. You realize that the problem you had when you had 10,000 naira is now smaller than the problem you now have when you have 100,000 naira. I'm sure you must have noticed this. For example, you are expecting money from your siblings and your parents by the end of the month. You're expecting 20,000 naira, and you've already planned yourself on what you are going to use the 20,000 naira for. So you're surprised they sent you 30,000 naira, an additional 10,000 naira to the money you were expecting. Common sense wise, you should expect that you should be very, very happy that you got an extra money to the money they sent to you. You should be very happy. But surprisingly, human nature Even with the fact that they added 10,000 naira, you realize that your problem would increase than when you were expecting 20,000 naira. It is just normal economics propounded by Sir Lionel C. Robbins. Human needs can never be satisfied. Um, I'll be leaving you all with a formula called the 50-30-20 formula. The 50-30-20 formula means like for every 100% income that you make, you should have a 50%, a 30%, and a 20% separation for these funds that you have gotten. The 50% is going to your need. We explain need as the most important things, the things you cannot do without. The 30% is going to your wants, those things that give you satisfaction, like we explained earlier, your phone and the likes. The 20% should go to your saving as a student, as human, and as, like let me use that as a responsible human, should always have savings for unforeseen circumstances. In accounting, we call it contingency funds. You don't know what can happen tomorrow. You don't know if, God forbid, probably your daddy retires, is not able to send you money monthly again. Your savings should be able to sort you out for the main period of time whereby you'll be able to get himself back as well. And there are some funds that when you get to university, you've not planned for, some materials, some extra unnecessary funds. Let me use the word unnecessary. You relate when you get there. That if you don't save for them, you would always be in numerous issues. So I would want to ask a question. Let me ask Mubarak. Mubarak, kindly unmute yourself. Mubarak, are you with me?
Yes,
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, Mubarak. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much.
I want to ask Mubarak some question, and I want you all to relate with this closely, like listening attentively, majorly for every student on this call. So Mubarak, what
Yes,
time
sir.
do you sleep every night? Most nights, like the aggregate time you sleep every night.
As a creative, I sleep around, let's say, 10 to 11.
Okay, let us just use the 11 o'clock. And what time do you wake up most times in the morning?
Let's say 3 to 4
3
in the
to
morning.
4.
Yes.
Okay, so let's use 4 o'clock. So between 11 to 4, how many hours do we have?
I think that's 4 or 5 hours.
5 hours. Okay, let us make use of 10 to 4 so we can get 6 hour mark. So let's assume you sleep by 10 o'clock. This is for every student. You sleep by 10 o'clock every day and you wake up by 4 o'clock in the morning every day. That will be giving you 6 hours. And how many
Yes.
hours do we have in a day?
24 hours.
24. So 6 hours, removing it from 24, 1 over what are we having? We're having
One,
1 over 4.
yeah, 1
So
over
like
4.
removing 6 hours from your 24-hour mark, 1 over 4,
Over 4,
which
yes.
means in the whole day, you slept for 1 over 4 of your day. So for a man or a woman who lives for 80 years, why I'm talking about this, budgeting does not deal with money alone. We have to budget our time as well. So for a man who lived for 80 years, he has successfully slept for 20 good years. So you were born age one, you lived till 80 years old, using this time mark 10 to 4, sleeping by 10, waking up by 4. That's 6 hours per day. When you are 80 years old, successfully, you've slept for 20 years of your life. So not just sleep, relate the sleeping time to other things you do in life. Probably you play game, probably you're on your phone for 12 hours per day. Use this budgeting of time to calculate if you are really doing the right thing. If what you are using your days for is making sense, then perfect, barakallahu fi. But if it is not okay, like we should always try to evaluate ourselves on a daily basis. Imagine someone who is pressing his phone from, let's say, 7 o'clock. Once you wake up in the morning, some people don't even stand up to check if they can walk. They just pick up the phone and press their phone from 7 to, like, let's say, 10 in the night. So imagine you are pressing your phone for about 12 hours plus in a day. By 80 years, you're pressing your phone for 40 years, wasting the time and not doing something very, very important. So we should always try to budget our time as a Muslim, mostly into Islamic related activities and mostly into our academics and necessary things that would uplift our good deeds and the like. So when we talk about budgeting, we are not only budgeting about your money, you're budgeting about your life, about your time, about your actions and the likes. Um, do we have any question? Mubarak, Alima, Farhana, every other person on the platform who hasn't said anything before. Do we have any question? Okay. All right, so that will be the end for this session. Apologies that I could not come up with a slide. I had a test in school today. I'm running something in the school at the moment. So, but my car is extremely important to me. So I had to come on board, even with the difficulties. So I appreciate the coordinator, Alima, and every other individual present on this platform. I can see my wonderful mentor on the platform as well, Rahman Saeed and the likes, Mr. Olukudano and the likes. My regards to everyone. Thank you very, very, very much for the opportunity. TeenHaus, may Allah bless us all and may we meet in paradise, inshallah. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How many of us actually made it to the end of this? Okay, so what we're going to do now, everybody on the call, please can you drop your name and your surname? Everybody, all participants, please drop your name and your surname. Yes. Has everyone dropped their names? Can you react? If you dropped your name, just react. A thumbs up. Aduni, Aduni. Yeah, Duni. Have you dropped your name? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, yeah, I've seen it. Okay. If you're just joining the call and you haven't dropped your name, please put it in the chat box. Okay. So can everyone hear me? Just a thumbs up or something. Okay, so we've come to the end of the online session. So I'm going to share a feedback form on the group for participants. So later today, so make sure you fill it. We can leave the call now. Thank you very much. We can leave the call.
Please leave the call.